on the dot. Okay, so we're recording. So David, I think we can start whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm ready. Thank you everyone for joining us on this third panel about industry and transportation. Our first panelist is Remi Poindexter. Thank you, Remi, for being here. He is a doctoral candidate at the Graduate Center of the City University of New York, researching images of the French Caribbean in the 18th and 19th centuries. His dissertation, Exotic and Familiar Constructing Martinique, focuses on the ways in which the French Caribbean island was paradoxically presented as being both connected to mainland France and a timeless tropical locale. Remi has published an article on Paul Gauguin and Charles Le Ball in Martinique for Smart History, and his catalog essay on images of the island before Gauguin and Le Ball will soon be published with the Van Gogh Museum. He has also worked as a tour guide and trivia host at the Museum of the City of New York and teaches courses at Brooklyn College. So for our audiences, I just want to remember two things before we start, Remi. First, we have the Q&A session at the end. So please let us know your questions on using the Q&A button, which is located on the lower part of your screens. And second, remember to fulfill the survey you will receive about this panel. So go ahead, Remi. Thank you.
All right, well, first of all, I really wanted to say thank you so much for organizing this, to everyone who is a part of it. I'm super happy to be a part of this, and it was a real feat with the circumstances, but I really appreciate it. Okay, can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, it looked great.
Great. All right, American photographer / painter Solomon Nunez Carvalho is largely known for his images that document his westward expeditions across the North American continent. However, in 1872, Carvalho embarked on a lesser-known journey to Martinique, which is a small French island in the Lesser Antilles. While in Martinique, he created at least 26 albumen prints capturing views of the island's landmark sites, major cities, and surrounding countryside. Interestingly, Carvalho also devoted a significant portion of his album to images of maritime infrastructure on the island. In this paper, I will provide an analysis of Carvalho's Martinique album focusing on his choice of industrial sites. I will also compare and contrast Carvalho's views to those subsequently printed in Harper's New Monthly magazine, arguing that these were purposefully selected and in some cases altered to present a timeless tropical locale to American readers, omitting traces of modernity altogether. Solomon Nunez Carvalho was born in 1814 to a family of Portuguese Jewish descent in Charleston, South Carolina. The peak of his career was his 1853 epic westward journey with John C. Fremont, during which he documented the territories of Colorado, Kansas, and Utah. While this moment has been the subject of several articles as well as a PBS-aired documentary, this paper focuses on Carvalho's lesser-known trip to Martinique some 20 years later. The year was 1872, and Carvalho must have been optimistic as he saw Martinique's mountainous landscape emerge from the atmosphere as his steamer approached the rocky northern coast of the island. The trip to Martinique was not Carvalho's first time in the Caribbean. In fact, he had family in Barbados and traveled there multiple times. You can see there on the map how close they are, possibly even stopping in Martinique along the way. On this particular journey, the artist traveled with his son, David. You can see that a picture of them en route to Martinique in this tintype. And according to a contemporary advertisement with an endorsement by Carvalho, they traveled in the month of July. Carvalho's Martinique album consists of 26 albumen prints pasted onto stiff gold-edged cardboard pages and bound in a decorated leather album. Because they were used in a magazine article, Carvalho delayed the binding of his photographs and bestowed them to their recipient, his ophthalmologist, with an apologetic note, which actually remains in the album to this day. And it wasn't digitized, this part, but I think it really speaks to the importance of going to archives in person, despite how digitized stuff is. The majority of the photographs in the album were taken near the capital city of Fort-de-France. Carvalho includes views of the city, which you can see on the left with its ports, streets, and also scenic views along what is most likely the Rivière Madame, the the capital city's main river on the right here. The composition of these images is horizontal and straightforward, suggesting that their purpose was to document the scenic landscape for prints later on. The remaining prints, which are similar in format, come from Saint-Pierre, which was the island's capital until 1902 when it was destroyed by a volcanic eruption. Trois-Îlets, which is a city which was home to Napoleon's wife, Josephine, and other locations which I couldn't really identify. Many of the subjects represented the island's major landmarks at the time. Like this one, the statue of Empress Josephine in Fort-de-France, which was later decapitated and recently destroyed during BLM protests, as well as her family's plantation at Trois-Îlets, and the lush botanical gardens, which in Saint-Pierre, which were really modeled after botanical gardens in France. Much more surprising is the fact that a substantial proportion of Carvalho's photographs show the Bassin de Radoub, or a dry dock in Fort-de-France. Carvalho's photographs show the bassin with different figures posing, like you can see here. There's a man and this kind of piece of infrastructure here. More of them, they're all pretty similar. This one, which shows water rushing through the locks into the basin, etc. 9 of the album's 24 photographs, or 37.5% if you're into math, show the dry dock in some capacity, making it the single most photographed subject in the album. But why would an American travel photographer devote so much attention to the documentation of what seems to be at best an impressive yet very niche piece of infrastructure? The story behind the Fort-de-France dry docks is a matter of relatively recent relevance, because in 2015, the site was designated a protected historical monument. Completed in 1868 under Napoleon III, who devoted 1 million francs to its construction, the dry dock was just 4 years old by the time Carvalho traveled to Martinique. Made of cut stone, steel, and concrete, the massive facility was part of a contemporary wave of similar projects that took place in French cities like Cherbourg, Toulon, Rochefort, and Lorient. In this sense, the engineering techniques at the Fort-de-France dry docks were not just similar structures to those in the metropolitan France, they were state-of-the-art. The choice to devote such a large portion of the album to images of the dry dock suggests that Carvalho was interested in the technological curiosities of the island, in addition to the island's scenery. This parallels photographs taken of modern technology in South America and Mexico by photographers like Henry DeWitt Moulton. And this is also around the same time that places like the Philadelphia Waterworks were considered tourist attractions. Carvalho is actually not the only one to have photographed the Fort-de-France dry docks. French photographer Numa Blanc, Saint-Pierre-based photographer Gaston Fabre, and Fort-de-France-based Cochet all produced prints that documented the landmark. Numa Blanc's images are actually incredibly similar to Carvalho's, to the point that they're almost indistinguishable, which you can see here. Images of the dry dock in Fort-de-France both contradict and support the idea that early photography in Latin America was a Eurocentric experience that highlighted notions of European superiority. On one hand, the technological complexity and modernity of the infrastructure was equal to that in recent ports in metropolitan France. However, as Christopher Church points out in his book, Paradise Destroyed, Catastrophe and Citizenship in the French Caribbean, Martinique was one of France's oldest colonies and was often viewed as evidence of the success of the French civilizing mission, especially at a time during which the French imperial project was expanding into new areas of the world. In other words, while the dry dock was situated in a tropical space, it was still the product of French engineering and reflected the technological achievements of the mother country. As high as they were on Carvalho's agenda, most people would actually never see these dry dock photographs or any of the actual albumin prints in the album, since they were owned by a private individual. However, some of the images enjoyed a well-circulated afterlife. 2 years after Carvalho's journey to Martinique, Harper's New Monthly magazine published an illustrated article entitled Rambles in Martinique in their January 1874 issue, which you can see here. I bought it on eBay. The article featured 8 wood engravings based on Carvalho's album. Of these 8 engravings, not a single one features a view of the dry dock that captured so much of Carvalho's attention. Instead, the publishers selected Carvalho's images that reflected the quote-unquote brand of the island, the statue of Empress Josephine, the Pagerie, which was her home, the Jardin des Plantes botanical garden, and other tropical landscapes. The magazine's publishers also supplemented the images for the album with stock images of ethnographic types, which actually make up the majority of the illustrations in the article. These engravings, which quote unquote explain the various ethnic groups of the island, recall similar images made in other like exotic locales from Africa to Asia. Their format removes the figure from any contemporary context, and the engravings are labeled in a way that creates a categorization. Even Carvalho's images were not taken as they were. 5 of the 8 were of the images that were taken by Carvalho were significantly altered, whether by cropping or through the addition or omission of figures. In the case of these 3 images, the addition of figures seems to serve the purpose of activating the composition, like you can see at the bottom with the Jardin des Plantes. The most interesting alteration, in my opinion, concerns this photograph of a traveler palm in the governor's gardens. Beside a tree in the photo is a small figure and next to a building with crossed arms. You can see them right here. While this detail is banal in itself, the Harper's Magazine illustration omits the figure entirely and replaces him with 2 seemingly white figures in vaguely colonial dress. This blatant replacement of a contemporary figure with 2 figures situated in the past has a major impact on the effect, removing it from the present day and into the timeless imaginary. This removal of contemporaneity echoes the selective omission of the dry dock images, which represented the colony's technology and modernity. In her book, An Eye for the Tropics, Travel, Tourism, Photography, and Framing the Caribbean Picturesque, Krista Thompson writes that many tourist images of the Caribbean deliberately employ a visual vocabulary to turn specific locales into tropical fantasies. The selection and publication of Solomon Nunes Carvalho's photos concretely illustrates how images were used to convey a particular narrative. In this case, the 26 images of Martinique were selected and altered in a way that removed all traces of the dry dock and by extension, traces of modernity from the island. This consistent removal of modern elements seems far from coincidental. I believe that it's likely that the Harper's article, Rambles in Martinique, deliberately projected the idea of the island as a timeless tropical exotic, within which Black figures exist solely as ethnic types, rather than as people who could inhabit the same space as modern infrastructure. This image of Martinique is unsurprising given the exoticizing conventions of the medium. The publishers of Harper's New Monthly magazine likely assumed, and probably correctly, that audiences in New York, Boston, or Philadelphia did not want to see images of a dry dock in a feature on the French Caribbean, but would be drawn to the foliage and exotic types and figures from a bygone era. The photographs bound between the leather covers of the Martinique album tell a very different story than their afterlife in ink. In Carvalho's prints, the French island's iconic sites coexist with local inhabitants, and the tropical landscape is paired with sophisticated technological advancements. In their second life, paper and ink come together to weave a new story, one that transforms the images made by the light passing through Carvalho's lens into a more timeless myth of the exotic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Remi, for this brilliant presentation. We're coming up next with our next panelist. He is Professor Alan Wallach, and he is an emeritus professor at the College of William and Mary. He was co-curator of Thomas Cole Landscape into History, author of Exhibiting Contradiction, Essays on the Art Museum in the United States, and co-editor of the collection Transatlantic Romanticism. He has published more than 100 articles and reviews on American art and art institutions. In 2007, he was the recipient of the College Art Association's Distinguished Teaching of Art History Award. So it's really an honor to have you here, Professor Alan, and thank you very much. Professor, I think you have to turn on your mic.
I didn't realize it was
Great.
on. Okay, thank you, David, for the introduction. Thank you to Kathy, Veronica, and Luisa, and everyone else who made this symposium possible. And finally, my thanks to the audience for being here. Somehow I'm not getting my homepage. No, I don't, there's something not working here. Sorry to say.
Can you share your screen?
I'm trying to.
Is it a Zoom issue or is it something with your file?
I think it's a Zoom issue. Let me try this. I can share the screen, but I'm not getting to my homepage.
Is your PowerPoint open?
Yes. Can you see that?
No, yet.
David, you have Professor Wallach's
Yeah.
presentation, right? Do you want David to share his screen and then we can go from there?
Okay. Let me.
And then you can just say like next slide or something.
Yeah.
Like that.
Well, let me try this.
Oh, there you go. There you
Okay.
go. Super.
Okay. Okay. Sorry about that.
That's perfect.
Okay.
Don't worry.
In 2014, Alan Trachtenberg observed that, quote, nothing else in the 19th century seemed as vivid and dramatic a sign of modernity as the railroad. The railroad represented, as Karl Marx wrote in the Grundrisse, the annihilation of space by time. It advanced the belief that, in the words of the historian Wolfgang Schivelbusch, quote, communication, exchange, motion bring to humanity enlightenment and progress. And as Trachtenberg pointed out, quote, the railroad fulfilled inner necessities of capital, and it is this alone that accounts for its unfettered development in the 19th century. That development happened in the US with amazing rapidity. Already in the late 1820s, the United States was in the throes of railway fever. The first US railroads, completed in the early 1830s, ran relatively short distances. The Mohawk and Hudson, its first train is pictured here, traveled 20 miles from Albany to Schenectady, circumventing 40 locks on the Erie Canal. Tiny puffing billies pulled coaches at speeds up to a dizzying 30 miles per hour. Railway technology advanced by leaps and bounds. In 1869, less than 40 years after the inauguration of the first working railway in the United States, the Union Pacific and Central Pacific completed the first transcontinental railway. And in 1893, the New York Central claimed that one of its express trains, the Empire State, had achieved speeds in excess of 100 miles per hour. Of necessity, US railroads grew in tandem with US industry. By 1900, the United States was the world's leader in the production of coal and steel. This phenomenal growth made possible the building of a vast railway network. The railroad's dynamism seized the popular imagination. Popular art, popular in the sense it appealed to a middle class sufficiently well off to purchase engravings and lithographs, popular art uninhibitedly celebrated the US Railroad. The firm of Currier and Ives developed a line of hand-colored lithographs depicting speeding passenger trains, as you see here. Fanny Palmer, one of Currier and Ives' best-known artists, drew Westward the Course of Empire Takes Its Way, which the firm published in 1868 in anticipation of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad a year later. This textbook illustration of manifest destiny pictures the railroad bringing, in quotes, civilization to the Great Plains and Rockies, while smoke from the locomotive half veils two Native Americans on horseback, as if the progress of civilization justified the US government's appropriation of Western land and the genocide of Native peoples. In the abstract for this paper, I maintained that US landscape painters, quote, struggled to develop pictorial means to represent the railroad, end quote. I now believe the depiction of the railroad was in fact less problematic than I previously thought. Throughout the 19th century, US artists apparently encountered little difficulty when it came to portraying railroad trains in the landscape. However, the motives for inserting trains in the landscape varied, a fact that has not been sufficiently recognized. A number of scholars, most notably Barbara Novak and Leo Marx, have studied the depiction of the railroad in such landscapes as Jasper Cropsey's Staruka Viaduct. And indeed, as Novak asserted in 1980, that the seeming insignificance of the train in the landscape resulted from the artist's, quote, wish to preserve, quote, the transcendental whole. Leo Marx, author of the 1964 landmark study, The Machine in the Garden, agreed with Novak. In a 1998 essay, he argued that, quote, the artist's mission was to reveal the presence of a universal and timeless order behind and made manifest by the beauty and sublimity of the landscape. Novak and Marx's generalization rested upon the assumption that US landscapes shared the same wish or mission when they depicted trains in the landscape. That assumption, I believe, is entirely wrong. I begin my argument with Thomas Cole's River in the Catskills of 1843, the first US oil painting to depict a railway. Novak and her graduate student, Kenneth Maddox, who published a study of River in the Catskills in 1988, were well aware that Cole abhorred rail travel, and the artist publicly lamented the railroad's devastation of nature. Nonetheless, Novak and Maddox were adamant in their insistence that River in the Catskills, in Maddox's words, quote, remains a curious paradox, quote, that the railroad becomes a component of the pastoral landscape, a symbol of the clearing and penetration of new land that was proclaimed the country's destiny, end quote. and that later painters, such as Asher Durand, Cropsey, John Frederick Kensett, and George Inness, quote, following Cole's lead, consecrated the railroad in landscapes extolling the pastoral vision of America, end quote. Yet, as I've argued at length elsewhere, Cole's 1843 River in the Catskills is an anti-pastoral. The artist's deliberate attack on the conventions of pastoral landscape painting, and consequently an attack on a pervasive, if often contested, ideology that lauded material progress. Cole's early success as a landscape painter resulted from his thorough understanding of and adherence to the conventions of landscape representation inherited from 19th century English landscape painting. Claudian pastoral, such as Cole's view on the Catskill, early autumn of 1837, depicted a golden age now past, in which trees frame an idyllic scene of country people living in harmony with an impossibly lush nature. In March 1836, a year before Cole painted View on the Catskill Early Autumn, he complained to his patron, famously, the merchant Luman Reed, that in the artist's pungent phrase, quote, the copper-hearted barbarians, end quote, were destroying a familiar and beloved landscape. Reed's partner, Jonathan Sturgis, who in 1837 commissioned View on the Catskill Early Autumn, wrote Cole that he wanted a painting that would show, quote, the valley of the Catskill before the art of modern improvement found a footing there, end quote. Cole very well knew the difference between the pictorial conventions of Claudian pastoral, which depicted scenes of a vanished golden age, and the conventions governing the prospect, which pictured futurity. In 1827, in fulfillment of a commission from Daniel Wadsworth, Cole painted View of l'Espérance on the Schoharie River, which showed a temporal sequence from foreground to background, from the present to the future. An axeman clears the wilderness, settlers carve out roads and fields, and the town of l'Espérance rises in the distance. A similar temporal sequence occurs in River in the Catskills. Cole depicted the same scene here as in the earlier View on the Catskill Early Autumn pastoral, but the framing trees are gone, the landscape less inviting. In the foreground, an axeman is engaged in a tree massacre, while in the background, a half-seen locomotive pulls a string of freight cars across a bridge. Thus, the destruction of nature precedes the building of the railway. In other words, here we also have a prospect. Cole painted River in the Catskills without a commission as an object lesson in the destruction the railway wreaked upon the landscape. Despite Novak, Marx, and Maddox's claims to the contrary, the small size of the train in the distance does not indicate insignificance. As we have observed, its presence was essential to the meanings the artist sought to convey. This observation holds true not only for River in the Catskills, but for almost all other instances in which a diminutive train puts in an appearance in 19th century US landscape paintings. In attempting to interpret the historical significance of any one of these works, the critic cannot fall back on ahistorical generalizations, but must attend closely to the conventions the artist employed, the details of the work, the beliefs or ideologies associated with the subject matter, and the circumstances surrounding the work's creation. I could multiply examples, but time is not on my side, so I will focus on a single work. A few minutes ago, we saw Jasper Cropsey's Saruca Viaduct of 1865. The traditional conventional formats Cole employed in so many of his works, the pastoral or retrospect and the prospect, slowly died out in Hudson River School landscape painting, especially with the growing popularity during the 1850s of panoramic compositional formats. However, in the painting before us, Cropsey remained faithful to the traditional prospect convention. The subject he chose was a famed engineering feat, the 17-arch viaduct in Lanesboro, Pennsylvania, that the Erie Railroad had built at great expense in 1848. Cropsey painted the scene without commission, but unlike Cole, when he tried to sell River in the Catskills, Cropsey readily found buyers not only for 3 finished versions of Staruka Viaduct, but also for his initial oil sketch. In the foreground, the homey figures of hunters and dog occupy a conveniently located rocky promontory, one hunter seated, the other standing and looking toward the distant train and viaduct. We observe a familiar sequence: wilderness, fields, town, and then in the distance, train and viaduct. In 1988, Carrie Rabora, taking a cue from Marx, Novak, and Maddock, argued that these distant forms are, quote, inconspicuous, naturalized with the smoke rising from the locomotive, blending with the mists rising from the surrounding hills. But it should be underlined that the seemingly inconspicuous train and viaduct constituted the painting's focus, its raison d'etre. Today, a critic might still insist that train and viaduct appear to blend seamlessly with nature. However, for 19th century audiences, the railroad was a momentous, indeed inescapable subject, a symbol of progress and futurity in the dominant ideology to which Cropsey subscribed, a harbinger of destruction for conservative anti-modernists like Cole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Allen, for this magnificent presentation. I really like it. And coming up next, we have our third panelist for this session, Jose Alvarez Cornet. He's a scholar from Caracas, Venezuela, with a background on sciences, in physics and geosciences. And he worked in Asia Pacific business on the oil and gas industry. And for many years, he served in the Venezuelan oil industry. So he has a degree in physics and graduate studies at UC Berkeley and the University of Southern California. And right now, he is the principal researcher of the PEACE project, a research initiative he created in which he has documenting and reconstructing the path of the migrant STEAM professionals in Venezuela. On the teaching side, he is a lecturer in the history of science at the School of Physics in the Central University of Venezuela. So thank you, Jose, for joining us. If you have any connection troubles, don't worry, we will cover you. So please go ahead. You have 12 minutes. It's already frozen. Okay.
Jose, can you hear us?
Apparently not.
Okay, David, so maybe.
Yeah, I will share
ahead.
the screen and I will go ahead. Hold on for a second. Yeah, do you hear this? Do you hear me well? Yeah. Okay, so this is the title of this presentation. The introduction. And at the time in Venezuela, this railway we're watching here, owned by the British company, was called El Tren Inglés, or the British Railway. For a non-historian of art such as myself, Presenting in this conference on the history of landscape art represents a challenge. Upon hearing a call from the organizers of this symposium to bring the natural landscape into dialogue with the cultural landscape, I immediately
David, now we lost you. Just a second. Okay, David, you're back.
Okay, do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. And other technologies such as the telegraph, electricity, and civil infrastructure systems such as roads, bridges, ports, waterways, sugar mills, and factories. My inquiry into these artistic representations of the machine of the Venezuelan landscapes emerged from a research study currently in progress in the field of cultural history of technology, where I am trying to understand the failed immigration schemes of a group of Anglo-American technological utopians led or inspired by the German-American engineer John Adolphus Etzler. During the mid-40s, these utopians wanted to settle in the Venezuelan territory and apply to Venezuelan agricultural fields all the technological ideas developed by Etzler, such as his satellite field machine. While I was engaged in doing an extensive literature review on these subjects, I abruptly felt an internal need to know if technological systems had been represented in Venezuelan art during the 19th century, which led me to gather on the internet a collection of art-related digital images. My desire to know more about the relationship between landscape art and 19th century technologies turned into a research project because of this symposium. Thus, not being an art historian, my objective in presenting here is quite modest, only to show how machines on the Venezuelan tropical landscape have been portrayed by artists during the long 19th century. I have organized this presentation into four main categories: allegorical landscapes, waterscapes, landscapes, and cityscapes. Since my speaking time is limited, I will not be able to show examples of all of the above mentioned technologies. Also, I will have to limit myself to showing only a few Venezuelan localities. On the technological side, I will mainly focus on steamboats, railroads, cities, and ports. As to geographical places, I will concentrate on the ports of La Guaira and Puerto Cabello, the cities of Caracas and Maracaibo, and a few settings along the Orinoco River. Before presenting these four categories, I feel I have to give you some minimal background information on art in Venezuela during the 19th century. In Venezuela, landscape painting developed quite late. During our national identity building process, which really began in 1830, nature was not used as a unifying factor, but rather the heroic figure of Simón Bolívar and the glorious feats of the War of Independence. According to the representation needs of the time, Venezuelan artists favored painting historical themes and doing portraits of historical figures. This changed in 1912 with the creation of an independent cultural center called Círculo de Bellas Artes. Since we have only a few landscape paintings of machines in the Venezuelan tropical environment, in this project we have resort to using materials such as prints, engravings, photographs, and maps. However, a few Venezuelan artists painted landscapes. Among them were Ramon Bolet, Carmelo Fernandez, and Ramon Irizabal, but only Ramon Bolet painted watercolor machines. Sorry, here's the slide. Watercolor machines in the landscape. Toward the last third of the 19th century, Martin Tobar, which is on the bottom left of the screen, and Arturo Michelena, two major Venezuelan academic artists, began to paint landscapes. A few words about the beginning of photography in Venezuela. The world's oldest surviving photograph is a kind of landscape taken in 1826 in France. In 1840, a Frenchman, Antonio Damiron, attempted but failed to import into Venezuela a daguerreotype system. On December 28, 1841, the traveling Spaniard Francisco Goñiz arrived in Caracas with his photographic equipment, becoming the first photographer to capture images in Caracas. But little has been preserved from this early phase. Between the late 1850s and the mid-60s, two great photographers were active in Venezuela: Hungarian Paul Rosti and German Venezuela Federico Lesman. They have both left behind memorable images from bygone times. During the 19th century, we did not have in Venezuela artists like the Mexican landscape painter Jose Maria Velasco, famous for making Mexican geography a symbol of the national identity, or the American painter George Inness, or the Puerto Rican realist and impressionist painter Francisco Oller. During the 19th century, Venezuela was not a sugar exporting nation, but a large coffee producer and exporter. At that time, we had no large industrialized sugar mills like this Puerto Rican ingenio. Therefore, an artist in Venezuela can only paint small traditional sugarcane haciendas de trapiche. Furthermore, following in the footsteps of Humboldt, hundreds of foreign naturalists, painters, and photographers like Ferdinand Bellarmine, Anton Goering, and many others visited Venezuela. Foreign painters like Fritz Melby, Manuel Reitmeier, and Gustav Langenberg are also important for this research project. Allegorical landscapes is the next category. In this category, I want to present three engravings. The first one on your screen was designed by Carmelo Fernandez as the cover for Agustin Codazzi's Physical and Political Atlas of Venezuela. In October 1830, Codazzi began his great surveying work of the Venezuelan territory in order to make all the provincial maps of the new republic. In 1840, this work was edited and printed in Paris. Both Codazzi and Carmelo Fernandez are important cultural figures in Colombia and Venezuela. Moreover, in Venezuela, Codazzi is also remembered for his immigrant settlement project of Catholic Germans from the Baden region to a place that is now called Colonia Tobar. The next two allegorical landscapes were designed by Ramon Bolet and engraved by German Venezuelan lithographer Henrik Neum. They are the covers of two art publications of Venezuelan landscapes, towns, and cities called Museo Venezolano and Álbum de Caracas and Venezuela. This is no time for an elaborate iconographic analysis. However, it can easily be observed that the wild tropical Venezuelan landscape is combined with allegorical images typical from the classical world, and there are also symbols representing the arts and culture. On the right, we can see a steamboat sailing along a great river like the Orinoco, which is flowing through a generic tropical landscape. This engraving seems to convey the idea that national progress can be achieved by fostering culture, developing the arts, and applying technology to use and develop the natural environment. Before presenting the next category, I have to give you a quick primer on Venezuelan politics. The gentleman General Guzman Blanco was president for 3 terms. Once in power, he translated the positive philosophy into a nationalistic ideology of order and progress. He was for sure a great autocrat, but he was also a great patron of historical art, like large canvas of the Battle of Carabobo, commissioned in 1885 for the national capital he had ordered to build in 1873. By the end of the 60s, Caracas was a small city with no important public buildings. Guzmán Blanco wanted to turn Caracas into a little Paris. He brought order to public administration and was instrumental in the construction of new official buildings, bridges, railways, the harbor of La Guaira, and a new aqueduct for the city of Caracas. So here the next category, waterscapes. This painting you're seeing now by Ferdinand Bellarmine from the 1840s called View of La Guaira from the Sea. At that time, there was no harbor. La Guaira was more a roadstead rather than a port. Observe the agitation of seawater in front of La Guaira, a fact that was also noticed by Humboldt before. On the left, notices a side-wheeler paddle steamer painted by Melby in 1863. Again, look at the roughness of the sea near the coast of La Guaira. On the right, there is a painting by Arturo Michelena of the steamer America, the steamer he took for his journey to Europe. In this map from 1888, I want you to notice that between the city of Caracas and La Guaira, there is a large obstacle, a mountain chain called Cordillera de la Costa Central, Central Coastal Range, or Avila Mountain. Since colonial times, the province of Caracas has had few financial resources to build a harbor for La Guaira. For the colonial authorities, it was more important to keep the road linking Caracas and La Guaira open through the Avila Mountain and to defend the coastal city of La Guaira from pirate attacks. There was never money left for a harbor except once, in 1845, when the famous American architect Thomas Eustace Walter, the architect of the US Capitol, built a small 110 meters long breakwater that was destroyed by breaking swell waves in April 1846. Compare this 1778 topographic map with this modern satellite photo. Antonio Guzmán Blanco was involved in the negotiation process to have a British company build and operate a harbor for La Guaira. The story of this process and that of the engraving of the port are outside the scope of the presentation. The harbor began its operations in 1889. The first steamer in Venezuela was the steamer Woodford. It entered the Orinoco Delta in 1888. The Woodford was a property of the government of Trinidad. Here we have an engraving published and illustrated travels in 1869 of a steamer in the Orinoco Delta. The next 4 slides will move rather quickly. They show a group of steamers in several locations of Venezuela. Landscapes. Most of the sugar mills in Venezuela at the time were not highly industrialized operations. This painting by Bellarmine is one of the Hacienda Trapiche in the San Esteban region near Puerto Cabello. There are not many paintings of sugarcane estates for reasons I have already mentioned. The mill can be seen on the left side of the painting toward the back. Next, we have a sharp photo taken in 1857 by Hungarian naturalist and photographer Paul Rosti of a sugarcane plantation in the Caracas Valley. This oil painting by Bellarmine captured the creation of a new town in Venezuela named Colonia Tobar by German immigrants for the Baden region in Germany. Bellarmine arrived in Venezuela in July 1842 and stayed until September 1845. On March 9, 1844, he went to Colonia Tobar, which at the time had just been founded. In this painting, we can see the fires used to making a clearing in the forest to develop parts of the new town. Here we see a detail of the topographic map of Colonia Tovar, drawn by Agustin Codazzi and printed by Alexander Benitz, who was one of the pioneering leaders of this German immigrant community. In 1852, this was the first map printed in Venezuela. This, to my knowledge, is the only color lithograph or drawing of a Venezuelan train, the Central Railway, and many stars. On this occasion, it only managed to lay about a kilometer of railway tracks and never became operative. It was published in Museo Venezolano. At that time in Venezuela, there were 4 important railways, and this is a photo of the Puerto Cabello Valencia Railway. With 179 kilometers in length, the German Railway, or Gran Ferrocarril de Venezuela, was the largest railway line in Venezuela. I had many tunnels and viaducts. There are many great pictures of Venezuelan trains, but only one oil painting. This is another picture of the great German railway. And the British train Caracas-La Guardia had 8 tunnels and 15 bridges and viaducts. This railway is a true mountain railway with infinite zigzag lines, as seen in the map, numerous tunnels and curves of frankly small radius. This is the train mentioned in the quote of the novel Iphigenia. This is the only oil painting of a 19th century Venezuelan train. It is called View of the Maiquetía. You can see in this painting the harbor of La Guaira and the small true mountain railway. The painter Gustav Langenberg is not well known. Mysteriously, in the Galería de Arte Nacional catalog, this painting appears under the authorship of Gustavo Langenberg Winkelmann. This is a name unknown to the art world. Because Gustav Langenberg is a forgotten painter, in this project we have also addressed the study of his life as an ongoing investigation. In this category, cityscapes, we show a selection of view of Caracas. There are many more we are not showing from several vantage points and different years. One of the earliest view of this watercolor of a panoramic of Caracas from 1826 by the Dutch-British agent Meinhard Reintemeyer. This view of 1839 by Ramon Irozabal is one of the earliest landscapes painting done by a Venezuelan artist. Here we see a detail of the picture. This view of Caracas from El Calvario by Joseph Thomas offers a magnificent panorama of the small city of Caracas and the Avila Mountain. By the early 1870s, Caracas was a thirsty city. Therefore, Guzman Blanco ordered the construction of an aqueduct to bring water to Caracas from the Macao River, and himself thinking of Paris. Some preliminary conclusions can be drawn from this ongoing new research project during the long 19th century, aside from the paintings and engravings made by foreign and few Venezuelan artists showing the machine. Having said that, there are more paintings of steamers than of trains and railways. Searching for the machine in the tropical landscape can benefit from a binational research approach. I'm thinking here about the representation of steamers navigating the Orinoco and Meta rivers and the steamers bound to Maracaibo from Colombia via the Zulia and the Catatumbo rivers. Also the coffee cultivation of Colombian-Venezuelan border and its export via Maracaibo.
David, sorry, are you taking the time? Do you still have a long way?
No, yeah, this is the last one.
Super.
Thank you, because I'm just reading and
okay.
You know, that's it.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
So, coming up next, we have Elizabeth Boone. Betsy is professor of the history of art, design, and visual culture at the University of Alberta in Canada. Betsy works in 19th and 20th century art in Western Europe and America, and is particularly interested in transnational relations, the role of art in the development of national identity and the representation of animals. Betsy publishes in English and Spanish as well, and has completed 2 books, Vistas de España, American Views of Art and Life in Spain, and the Spanish element in our nationality, Spain and America at the World's Fairs and Centennial Celebration. She is currently working on the visualization and exhibition of animals in Spain, Great Britain, the United States, and Argentina. So Betsy, you're welcome. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. So you can see my screen okay? And you can hear me. Great, thank you. So I want to start by thanking the Terra Foundation and the organizers for including me in this conversation. I was really attracted to this conference on landscape art of the Americas for 3 reasons. I'm fascinated by what the study of American painting can tell us about painting in the United States. I am also fascinated by the intersection of the natural world and human culture. And I was excited by the prominent use of words like exchange and dialogue in the call for proposals. Several years ago, I organized an exhibition of paintings from Chile and the United States for the Museo Nacional de Bellas Artes in Santiago. And my goal today is to place that exhibition into a broader context. In 1910, the Chilean government sponsored a large international exhibition of art in its newly built museum in celebration of its centenary of independence. Among the countries invited to exhibit was the United States. So that in one of the galleries, there was a work by US landscape painter J. Francis Murphy on your left. In another of the galleries was a bucolic landscape of the Chilean Pedro Lira. Both paintings represented the month of October, spring in Chile and autumn in the United States. These paintings were in dialogue with each other. They recognized a complementary relationship between their 2 countries, and they offer us now an opportunity to consider mutual representations of human activity in the land. Chile and the United States had and have many differences, and also things in common. Each is a republic built on land taken from indigenous people. Each looks toward Europe while simultaneously differentiating itself from it. And each began as agricultural nations with territories and climates of a wide variety. They also came in competition. With ample coastlines, both aspired to control the Pacific. And they experienced various moments of conflict during the 19th century. Chile in the 1880s had a more powerful navy than the United States, but the United States increased its naval forces in the following years. The 2 countries nearly went to war in 1891 following the Baltimore affair, in which 2 US soldiers were killed outside a tavern in Valparaiso. The United States demanded a recompense, and in response, the Chileans boycotted the 1893 Chicago World's Fair. Fortunately, the following decades were quieter. In an act of cultural diplomacy, the US accepted Chile's invitation and sent 120 paintings and 40 sculptures to South America. The exhibition opened first in Buenos Aires, then traveled to Santiago, and finally to Montevideo. Although the Chileans considered the United States to be better at commerce than at art, the government did acquire a group of paintings from the exhibition for their new museum. By placing these 6 paintings into dialogue with a group of Chilean paintings from the same time period, I explored in my exhibition some fascinating points of contact between the 2 nations. Following the suggestion of W.J.T. Mitchell, who argues that paintings have agency and, what is more, desire. This investigation looked not just at a dialogue of painters, but also a dialogue of paintings in 1910. John Trask, secretary of the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts, worked with Chicago painter Charles Francis Brown to select the works. Trask hoped this exhibition would display the values of his nation, and in an essay written for readers in Latin America, he stressed the importance of land in the history of the United States. The landscapes sent to Chile, he explained, manifested una cualidad lírica de un encanto duradero, a lyrical quality of enduring enchantment. The paintings were hung in a double line on the walls, and sculptures were placed on pedestals and in vitrines. Most of the paintings were landscapes, but there were also a few nudes, portraits, and still lifes. Chilean artists were surprised by the quality of art sent by the United States, and Pedro Lira, who then served as director of Chile's School of Fine Arts, wrote a laudatory review. Quote, after eagerly touring the halls that contain this complicated survey of world art, let us salute the great Republic of the United States for its surprising advances, which allow it to place itself with dignity next to the great schools of Europe. Among the landscapes acquired for Chile's museum were paintings by Brown, Murphy, John Johansson, John Franklin Stacy, and Charles Morris Young. Trask was very happy with the purchases made in Chile, as well as in Argentina and Uruguay. 28% of the works taken to Latin America stayed there. While academic study in the European tradition brought paintings from Chile and the United States together, dedication to the land brought them closer still. Unlike the countries of Europe, with shared histories, languages, and ethnic roots, nationalism in America was founded in the land. Landscape became country, something more evident in Spanish than in English. Notice the words paisaje and país. And citizens in both nations referred to their native countries as a new promised land. Thomas Cole had written that we are still in Eden, and shortly after, poet Eusebio Lillo began what became the lyrics of the Chilean national anthem with the exact same biblical reference. According to Angela Miller, US identity was linked specifically to New England and the Mid-Atlantic. With the expansion of the country westward, the US Civil War, and the US Indian Wars, the settled land of the East offered images to heal and unify an increasingly diverse nation. Dennis Cosgrove was among the first to recognize the differences between land and landscape. Landscape is not land. It is a construction, a way of composing and understanding the world. Others have recognized the relationship between landscape, empire, and the exploitation of natural resources. When Frederick Jackson Turner declared the closure of the US frontier in 1893, landscape artists turned from panoramic visions of newly conquered land to domesticated views painted with impressionist and tonalist brushstrokes instead. These styles have been linked to Hubert Spencer and the need to soften anxiety created by war, immigration, and urbanization. While Darwin proposed a theory of biological evolution, Spencer linked evolution to a philosophy of human progress. These paintings then moved towards the spiritual, but they also incorporated the racism of dominant society. The situation in Chile was similar and different. The land in Chile, as in the United States, personified the promise of the nation. And in 1909, Benjamin Vicuña assured readers that, quote, our most interesting and original painters are landscape painters. Chile, by its nature, has to be a land of landscape painters. If ever we have a school of painting, it will be a landscape school. Doris Sommer, who writes on the places of Latin American history, has also recognized the link between land and national identity. In response to internationalization, including international exhibitions, the nations of Latin America tried to differentiate themselves from each other and also from the United States. Sommer emphasizes clashes and differences rather than shared goals and similarities. But in the context of cultural diplomacy, the goal of these paintings was to keep talking. One of these conversations, as we have already seen, occurred between Murphy and Lira Lira came from a wealthy Chilean family and received academic training in Paris. In spring landscape, he used a subtle range of colors, varying from pink to gray and complementary green. Chickens scratch the ground while a woman carrying a baby, anticipating the incipient drizzle, hurries to the right. In contrast, Murphy came from poor circumstances and presented himself as essentially self-taught. La Estancia represents a rustic farm in the Catskill Mountains. Murphy preferred the most poetic seasons, and he painted a large number of autumnal works. Murphy's farm and Lira's spring landscape are nostalgic memories of rural life, painted for an urban elite uprooted from the countryside. They commemorate the domestication of the land and the agricultural dwellings of each nation's Euro-American settlers. The dialogue between the paintings by Charles Morris Young and Alberto Valenzuela Llanos also focused on the land, and furthermore, on history. Young was from Gettysburg, a town of great historical relevance in the US Civil War. The Brandywine in winter is a winter landscape, painted in delicate shades of blue, green, and white. It demonstrates various traces of human life, a tree stump and felled tree in the foreground, a rustic fence built perhaps from the same tree behind, and a covered bridge across the river in the background. According to Trask, it is in the treatment of the landscape that the American painter has reached its highest degree of development, making use of national characteristics in his work. Valenzuela Llanos, born the same year as Young, exhibited 10 paintings at the International Exhibition, and Banks of the Mapocho River, a painting that sings in harmony with Young's, also entered the new museum's collection that year. Pedro de Valdivia had founded the city of Santiago on the banks of the Mapocho in 1541, so this landscape too is connected to history. Chileans, like their interlocutors in the United States, believed that views of the land could embody the events of the past and communicate its values in the present. The Chilean press during the centennial year published several comic strips that allude to the ironies and complications of building a cultural identity derived from Europe, but at the same time based on nature. Julio Bozo, known as Mustache, specialized in joking about local customs for the Santiago magazine, Zigzag. The cartoon on top shows a prosperous Chilean rancher visiting the galleries of the International Exhibition. He's a man of the land, well-fed. He aspires to move from the rural world to the urban and to become an art collector. Quote, "I am interested in this little picture of oxen. How much does it cost?" he asks the exhibition attendant. 3,000 pesos, responds the man. And in 2 months, how much are they going to ask for it? He continues, surprised at the high price. The same. Then I will return in 2 months, because those oxen are only half fat now. The joke focuses on the man's poor cultural education. He is a simple rancher who does not understand the difference between a painting and an animal, illusion and reality. He is a typical Chilean, a man who knows Europe only through his ancestors and knows how to evaluate his cattle better than a work of art. Notice also that he pays no attention to the academic nudes, a genre of art considered higher than animal painting, hung in the same room. Below is a second cartoon with the Chilean patron looking closely at the portrait he has commissioned. The Bohemian painter, practicing one of the most modern styles of Paris, has depicted his patron in abstract form, and the bald-headed man mistakes the shape of his head for a melon. Taste in Chile, as in the United States, tended toward the academic, and the nude in the background of the studio has turned in disdain from the modernist work on the easel. I had originally hoped to deliver this presentation last May before making final revisions to an article that appeared last summer in the journal Decimonónica. The article is a more extended version of this paper, and it's written in Spanish. Moving forward, I plan to bring the conversations that were occurring in Chile into the context of those that were occurring in Argentina and Uruguay. For there too, the natural and cultural landscapes were brought into dialogue by people, paintings, and exhibitions in the early 20th century. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Betsy. And unfortunately, we don't have too much time for Q&A, but we get a question here for Professor Wallach. I will open, Kenny, your mic so you can ask the question directly. So I think you can talk now, Kenny.
You hear me?
Kenneth. Yeah, we hear you well. Thank you.
Hi, Alan. Everyone else. You know, hearing Alan's paper reminded me of the one I gave last week. And I just looked up, as Alan knows, Dan Peck published a book recently on images of the Catskills by Cole. And it's striking that although when Durand painted the view of the Catskills in the 1830s, he didn't show the smoke from the tanneries at the entrance to Tannehill Clove. In 4 and maybe 5 of Cole's 5 major views, paintings of that view, he always does show the tanneries. And Cole's attitude towards the tanneries must be related towards his attitude towards the railroad. One would think there's a connection. And I was wondering whether Alan had any thoughts of that. I can't remember any place where Cole talks about the tanneries. Alan, you're still muted. Still muted.
Yeah, we can hear you, Alan.
Let me see if I can open Alan's microphone from here.
Sorry, Alan, you have to turn on
Oh,
your mic.
it's something on the on Alan's computer. It's not something that we can
Manage here, yeah. Okay.
It's open on Zoom. The microphone is open on the Zoom.
Yeah, it sounds like Alan, it sounds like you have your microphone turned off, not on the Zoom screen, but someplace else.
No, it's on, but it's not working for some reason. Okay, it's such a pity.
Maybe we connect to the audio, or type the answer on the Q&A.
Yeah, Alan, I think it will be better if you type the answer because we cannot hear you. I'm so sorry about this. And we have 3 minutes left before the break. We have a 15 minutes break next. So
We have another question.
yeah,
It's another question that
from
maybe Anna
Marley.
Marley.
Yeah, Anna, I will open your mic so you can ask for the question. Yeah, you can talk right now.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yes, Betsy, I was just so excited to hear your paper. I love, of course, the connection to Philadelphia, and I think we need to do something with this in the future. But I was also thinking about Melody Dewsner's work and wondering if you're familiar with her book that just came out. And I know her work from our graduate school days, but just thinking about her work on industrialists collecting tonalism in particular. And I know there's been some really interesting work done on global impressionism that I've spoken about with Andrei Dombrowski, but I haven't really thought about global tonalism. And I think it would be fascinating to think about the connections between the aesthetic movement, industry, and tonalism. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
So Anna, thank you. I think that's a really, really great point. I have not read the book yet, but I did hear one of the great things, one of the silver linings of this pandemic is that we get to hear lectures that are coming from all over the world. And I did hear her speak about her work and the relationship of tonalism and patronage and industrialization. She made fabulous works. And so, yes, on all counts. Yes, I think that there's a lot there to be talked about. I hadn't thought about global impressionism versus global tonalism. So that's, I think, a really interesting way to think about things and maybe to move forward. Because even those paintings, the paintings that were exhibited in that show that might be considered impressionist, there's really a lot of slippage between whether they are impressionists or actually tonalist paintings. And I don't know whether those categories are even useful, but and yes, I knew you'd love the John Trask Pennsylvania Academy connection.
Thank you, Betsy.
Okay, thank you everyone for your presentations and the audience for being here. We're now going to the break, 15 minutes break, and see you next pretty much soon. Please remember to fulfill the survey you have right now on your screens.
We can leave it open. We can leave it open while we are on the break, I think, also for a couple of minutes.
Okay,
so
that would be great.
Maybe invite people not to close their Zoom links. So
yeah.
Thank you, David, and thank you for all the panelists for all fantastic papers.
Yeah. See ya.
Bye.
See you in 15 minutes. Thank you. Hi, Juanita. Thank you for being here.
Hi.
All our panelists. I think we're almost right on time, right? To begin.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So welcome everyone. I'm very excited to be moderating this fourth panel. My name is Juanita Solano. I am assistant professor here at the Department of Art History at the Universidad de los Andes. And I'm excited to hear the papers. Just as a general reminder, please leave your questions in the Q&A section, and we will be answering them at the end of these presentations. You're welcome to post them in either English or in Spanish. This is a bilingual panel, and I will open your microphone so that you can ask them directly to the panelists. Our second panelist is Carlos Rojas Cocoma. Carlos va a presentar su paper titulado Unidad, Paisaje y Lugar en la Fotografía Colombiana a finales del siglo XIX. Carlos es realizador de cine y televisión de la Universidad Nacional, es historiador de la Universidad Javeriana, magíster y doctor en historia de la Universidad de los Andes. Ha realizado frecuentes estancias de investigación postdoctoral en el Kunsthistorisches Institut en Florencia entre 2012 y 2018 y en la Universidad de Bern en Suiza en el 2019. Como investigador se enfoca en los recorridos de la imagen americana en los siglos XVIII y comienzos del XX. Entre los años 2006 y 2009 fue curador del Museo de Arte Colonial en Bogotá. Ha asesorado proyectos y curadurías para el Museo Militar, el Centro de Memoria, Paz y Reconciliación del Distrito, la Galería El Dorado y la Universidad Santo Tomás, entre otras instituciones. Como docente ha realizado seminarios sobre la imagen, el arte y la historia en la Universidad Javeriana, la Universidad de los Andes y el Externado. Ha publicado libros y capítulos de libro y artículos en revistas especializadas en Perú, Bolivia, Colombia y Estados Unidos. Fue finalista en el año 2009 y 2010 del Premio Nacional de Crítica. Carlos, adelante.
Okay, muchas gracias, Juanita. ¿Me escuchan bien? Sí. Vale, gracias, Juanita. Gracias, Verónica y Katy, por permitirme presentar mi investigación, y también gracias a Luisa por la logística detrás de todo esto. Well, I will present my paper in Spanish, but if somebody has any question in English, I'll be glad to answer it anyway. La fotografía de paisaje en Colombia alrededor de 1900. Alrededor de 1900, las diferentes maneras de representar fotográficamente el espacio en Colombia crearon una tensión estética entre lo que era visto y la forma de ser registrado. Los panoramas, las calles, la fiesta o la población se transformaron en elementos emblemáticos gracias muchas veces a la difusión de la imagen. Desde una investigación en la que he explorado cerca de 2000 imágenes de diversos archivos públicos y privados, he podido analizar la forma como los usos y reproducción del paisaje fotográfico en Colombia pasaron de ser un registro a convertirse en genuinos emblemas simbólicos. En el día de hoy me quiero centrar en un elemento tanto técnico como teórico que surge de la interpretación de la tarjeta postal, el cliché. La copia y la difusión fotográfica hicieron parte de una revolución sobre la forma de entender el paisaje. Como he podido concluir en las imágenes analizadas, a pesar de la cantidad, se persiguen relativamente los mismos cánones. En ocasiones, se trata de la misma foto a la que se va cambiando su uso y formato de reproducción. A cualquier persona ajena al estudio de la fotografía, las postales pueden parecer todas iguales, y eso va más allá del uso obligado del blanco y negro. ¿Por qué la imitación? ¿Por qué la cantidad de imágenes similares de calles, de casas, de vistas? Aunque proyectos visuales como el del papel periódico ilustrado tenían como propósito el reconocimiento social y público del paisaje colombiano, no fue en empresas con proyectos nacionalistas o movimientos altruistas donde se comenzó a establecer la visualidad de los lugares, sino en escenarios más mundanos y populares, a los que vale la pena analizar. Alrededor de 1900, la fotografía de paisaje encontró en la tarjeta postal un nicho en el cual difusión y reconocimiento adquirieron una dinámica popular novedosa. El fenómeno de la tarjeta postal puede ser considerado la primera dinámica visual e industrial de la cultura popular y como antesala del cine, la radio, la televisión o las revistas, fue la plataforma para transformar las relaciones con la comunicación epistolar, no solo en aras de su economía, sino también en la producción de un escenario cotidiano. Lo que comenzó en 1866 en Austria como una solución administrativa, para principios del siglo XX era una revolución mediática. Las cifras globales permiten dar cuenta de su escala. En Alemania, en el verano de 1900, el servicio de correos dio curso a más de 20 millones de postales. Solo de Berlín salieron diariamente más de 130.000 postales. En Francia, de 8 millones de postales enviadas en 1899, el número aumentó a 52 millones en 1900. En 1902, la fototipia de los suizos Hausa y Menet, la primera editora de postales de España, aseguraba producir mensualmente 500.000 de tarjetas. Entre junio de 1907 a junio de 1908 fueron enviadas casi 700 millones de tarjetas postales desde Estados Unidos, la mayoría de ellas con fotografías. Del mercado global de la tarjeta postal hasta 1950, el 90% fue dedicado a la fotografía. Para analizar la tarjeta postal hay que interpretarla como imagen, como medio de comunicación y como escenario de intercambio de una cultura visual. Legitimar su lugar no implica necesariamente reivindicarla en escenas plásticas que quizás no se merece. La postal depende de su propia mundanidad. Es estereotipada, trivial, superficial, económica y no responde, a diferencia de otro tipo de coleccionismo, a un patrimonio de valor exclusivo. Pero es justamente allí donde radica su importancia, pues al mismo tiempo que replica los emblemas de los lugares, establece formas de relacionarse con ellos. Se trata de imágenes que a fuerza de repetirse, de transformarse en clichés, componen una interpretación nueva del lugar, despojada de su propia artificialidad. En los estudios del lenguaje, el análisis del cliché sufre de un desprestigio similar al que tiene el estudio de la tarjeta postal. El cliché hace referencia a la repetición de una descripción conocida hacia algo, a una expresión que produce una imagen reiterativa y reconocida que por lo tanto adquiere una forma banal. Pero antes de juzgarlo por su ausencia de originalidad, como lo ha sugerido Ruth Amosi, el cliché tiene un impacto decisivo en la cultura. Dice la lingüista, cito, el empleo de un efecto estilístico dirigido hacia el lugar común no conduce solo a compartir una lengua, permite reconocerse y comunicar a través de un estilo. Cierro. En el lenguaje, el potencial del cliché está en facilitar el flujo del texto, pues contribuye a crear representaciones visuales, favorece la identificación y da verosimilitud al argumento. Pero este solo puede ser un poderoso instrumento de familiaridad a través de la repetición constante de su uso. Dice Amosi, cito nuevamente, un cliché no dispone de su función fáctica aisladamente. Es la multiplicidad de clichés dispuestos a lo largo de un texto que contribuyen a crear y mantener la impresión de convivencia, de ver la comunión en un mismo lenguaje. El cliché es considerado el gran enemigo de la escritura, así como de las artes visuales. Elevado al estatus de forma retórica, es también un objeto de reflexión que permite centrar la esencia de la creatividad. En su análisis sobre la pintura, Gilles Deleuze encontraba en este la fuerza creadora de la repetición. Decía el filósofo, cito, Si al pintor le cuesta trabajo comenzar, es justamente porque su tela está llena. ¿Llena de qué? De lo peor. La tela está llena de clichés. Cierro la cita. El cliché es para el arte un enemigo íntimo a quien se aborrece, pero al mismo tiempo se está obligado a convivir con él. Solo a través de su puesta en evidencia se puede escapar del mismo y la única manera de hacerlo es a través de la repetición. Ante la tarjeta postal, la reflexión del cliché no gira alrededor de la creación de un artista, sino sobre la cultura misma. La tarjeta postal es su exhibición por excelencia. Dos consecuencias reflejan esa tensión. La primera es la referencia directa a un formato romántico que a fuerza de repetirse se establece como un pastiche. Un ejemplo eran las escenas de calles y personajes, donde el registro fotográfico abandonó el carácter narrativo y en cambio sometió a través de la perspectiva óptica calles, edificios y población a un problema de observación documental. La segunda consecuencia es que, aunque reprodujera temáticas con formatos pictóricos definidos, la frialdad documental de la cámara fotográfica intensificó en la fotografía su propio cliché. Dos escenas retratan esa frialdad. Por un lado, una plaza de mercado, probablemente la plaza de San Victorino en Bogotá. Se puede distinguir la dinámica agitada del comercio. Por un lado, las vasijas de barro en los costados. Por otro, los vendedores que se encuentran en las partes traseras de las ventas. Y por último, un sendero no bien definido donde pasan los compradores. Solo viendo con atención se puede distinguir entre las dos formas de vestir. Ruanas, alpargatas y sombreros por parte de los vendedores y algunas mujeres con trenzas vistiendo chales y faldas largas. La otra imagen es la del Carnaval de Barranquilla. No es solo por la falta de gente sonriendo, la sonrisa en la fotografía aparecería solo hacia mediados de los años 20, que la postal impacta por su frialdad. El carácter forzado y rígido de la pose, incluso de los niños que están a los costados o del hombre que se encuentra en el centro, no pueden evitar que la composición recuerde más a un ritual que a una celebración. Aquello que en la imagen pintada podía parecer romántico, alegórico o simbólico, en la fotografía de la postal luce crudo y directo, como si de repente la ensoñación que producía la imagen pintada resultara desnuda. La ilusión de fiesta se traduce en gestos y cuerpos hieráticos. Sin artilugios románticos, la escena pierde la capacidad de ensoñación. Por eso, su imagen recuerda más al registro etnográfico que a la ilusión de una temporada de fiesta. La apropiación de la imagen fotográfica está definida por su repetición y reinterpretación. Podemos verlo en varios referentes al paisaje de Cartagena. Para buena parte de los proyectos postales que se dieron a comienzos del siglo XX, fueron tomadas directamente las fotografías de los cartageneros Juan Truco y de los hermanos Jaspe. La imagen del pie del cerro, realizada en 1890, registró la ciénaga, la vivienda y los caseríos apenas asentados. Para comienzos del siglo XX, el editor J.B. Mogollón tomó parte de estas imágenes para el desarrollo de una serie postal. Sin embargo, carente de la magia romántica de una vista pintada, la interpretación fotográfica debió adaptarse para que tuviera una mayor presencia simbólica. La postal desarrolló toda una recomposición de la foto original. La tonalidad fue variando de acuerdo a la distancia planteada. El cielo, como era de esperarse, aparece con un tono azulado y gradual. El lago adquirió una tonalidad intensa. Las plantas se identificaron de acuerdo a sus follajes. Aunque el recurso más evidente fue el color, no fue el único, la perspectiva, y con ello el punto de fuga determinante en la fotografía desapareció para ajustar de un modo equilibrado de nuevo el horizonte, tal como sucedía con las vistas pintadas. Esa presencia embadurnada y colorida del lugar fue uno de esos intentos de la imagen fotográfica por devenir pictórica en medio de la postal. Otra imagen nos permite ver esas referencias. En este caso se trata de un paisaje natural. La fotografía nos permite reconstruir los elementos básicos de la vegetación de manglar en un primer plano y al fondo el emblemático Cerro de la Popa. La adaptación a la tarjeta postal no solo transformó lo que al parecer eran secos matorrales en vegetación nativa, sino que además despejó el sendero y transformó un fondo difuso en una organizada población a las laderas del cerro. El volumen de la montaña adquirió profundidad y definió los senderos para llegar a la cima. Lo más importante, aquello que solo son muros sobre la cima, adquirió en la postal el carácter de una imponente construcción que se erige cual castillo en la cima de un pueblo medieval. La tarjeta postal, a través de su embarnizado tratamiento, jugaba con recursos pictóricos para transformar una impresión fotográfica en un emblema simbólico capaz de establecer la forma de un lugar. La reproducción de estas imágenes, su uso cotidiano y su manipulación produjeron en ellas un nuevo efecto, la construcción de un emblema. La postal contribuyó a definir los símbolos de un paisaje, como es el caso de la imagen que se ha convertido en el emblema de Cartagena. Una vez dicho símbolo fue establecido, al igual que los clichés narrativos, se repitieron constantemente hasta que uno y otro, símbolo y lugar, fueran una sola cosa. Incluso, en ocasiones, el símbolo terminó por sustituir al lugar mismo. Ese símbolo, hijo de la fotografía, pero autónomo en sus características, se transformó en una sinécdoque, en un extracto que refiere al todo. Un emblema que, lejos de evocar a la memoria, produce un nuevo lugar. Un recuerdo quizás de lo no vivido o lo no existente, pues como analizó Zizek, cito, la repetición es memoria invertida, un movimiento hacia la producción de lo nuevo y no la reproducción de lo antiguo. Cierro. A fuerza de repetición, la operación de cliché logró que el emblema pasara de posarse en la copia de la imagen a ser el lugar mismo. De la copia de un lugar a transformar el lugar en el emblema de la copia. Es por ello que quizás en las postales de 1900 se encuentra la primera arqueología del viaje contemporáneo. Ok, gracias. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Qué bonita presentación. Our third panelist is Dr. Peter Krieger. He's presenting the paper entitled The Long-Term Impact of Humboldtian Aesthetics in the Contemporary Photography of Fernando Cordero, Motives, Visual Constructions, Media, Atmospheres, and Politics of Landscape. Of landscape representation. Dr. Krieger holds a PhD in art history from the University of Hamburg in Germany. Since 1998, he works as a research professor at the Instituto de Investigaciones Estéticas and is professor of art history and architecture at the UNAM. From 2004 to 2012, Dr. Krieger was vice president of the Committee of Art History, and from 2007 to 2014, fellow at the research project Transcultural and Transhistoric Efficiencies in the Baroque Paradigm at the University of Western Ontario in London, Canada. From 2010 to 2014, he was member of the Commission for Billboards at the Ministry of Urban Development. In 2016, he held the Avi Warburg Professorship at the Warburg House in Hamburg University in Germany. In 2017, he was a visiting fellow in Literary Cultures of the Global South at Tübingen University and visiting professor at Regensburg University. He's currently the principal investigator of the SNSF Synergia project, mediating the ecological imperative, and of the sub-project Political Geoaesthetics of the Anthropocene, the production and distribution of paradigmatic visual formulae representing human impacts on Earth. His research work and publications encompass visual studies and history of cities and landscapes in the 20th and 21st centuries, aesthetics and ecology of megacities, and the political iconography of urban landscapes and architecture. Dr. Krieger, the mic is yours.
Muy buenos días, tengan todos ustedes. First, I'd like to thank the organizers of this very inspiring colloquium. The title of my presentation is Neo-Humboldtian Modes of Environmental Criticism in the Work of Contemporary Mexican Landscape Photographer Fernando Cordero. Let's see. Does it move? Yes. Before I'll start with my short presentation, I'd like to express my solidarity with the Colombian people and ask the government of this country to stop the brutal repressions of democratic protests. In my lecture, I will talk about violence against natural landscapes, which indeed is violence against the integrity of all forms of life, not only human, on planet Earth. Due to the time limit of 12 minutes, I'll concentrate just on one series of photographer Fernando Cordero's work. Therefore, I decided to change the title of my presentation. The center of my considerations of the epistemic and discursive potential of contemporary landscape photography is an image taken by Cordero in 2014 in the highlands of the Sierra de Hidalgo, about 70 miles northwest of Mexico City. The huge panorama photograph in black and white depicts a mountain landscape with calcareous sedimentary formations, partially covered with rainforests, scrublands, and other associated secondary vegetation. The photographic composition is structured into 4 horizontal zones: the dark silhouette of wooded hills in the foreground, then a slightly lighter zone in the midground, following a bright stripe where the sunlight exposes the geological foldings, and then ending up in the horizon with sequences of other mountain crests dissolved in clouds. Neither this reproduction in the PowerPoint presentation, nor the small-scale duplication in the book on Cordero's work can radiate the fascination of seeing and contemplating the original analog photograph printed in high quality on handcrafted paper. And of course, my proposed structure of this image is quite more complex once we contemplate its visual message in detail. The main structural impact of this composition is a curved white line on the mountain crest in the midground. Exposed by sunlight, this line contrasts sharply with the natural mountain scenery. It depicts the path for the construction of a gas pipeline, which leads through this mountain landscapes, and then continues through villages over a length of 142 miles to a thermoelectric power plant. While the first photograph of this series, which is both documentary and artistic, has a neutral title indicating the geographical location, the second one is more explicit. It's called Scars, transferring a concept of human pathology to the environmental state of this landscape. The bright, 82 feet wide, meandering strip, which is cut through the crest of this outstanding geological scenery at the Sierra, is a sign of human alteration due to an excessive and anachronic fossil energy concept. This photograph, taken from a helicopter, reveals the foundations for the installation of the huge tubes of the gas pipeline, and it discloses an environmental crime in one of the most fragile, threatened, and important ecosystems in the world. We see caterpillar tractors at work, milling the path of the pipeline, removing soil and vegetation, opening the scar in the landscape. The photograph gives evidence how environmental destruction works, and it shows that landscape is not a natural space, but a human construct, determined by economic interests and cultural models. It is a punctum of the Anthropocene's visual culture, referring to a photographic concept of Roland Barthes. This third photograph of this series zooms closer to the scene of environmental crime. In many parts of the construction site, the strip for the gas tubes caused accelerated processes of human-made erosion, widening the scars. This geological pattern in the mountain landscape depicts geography, the human writing, graphy, on Earth, geo. Represented in an aerial photography, it reveals the interventions of Homo faber in natural landscapes, generating collateral damages which do not appear in any report, statistics, or press communication until they are exposed in critical and independent photography, such as Cordero's series. This photograph is also entitled Scar number 2. It contains the epistemic potential of explaining the terrestrial violation, and it is capable of stimulating ethical impulses, a crime scene sample which categorizes artistic landscape photography as a medium for political environmental accusation. This is even more obvious in the last of the 4 selected photographs of this series entitled dramatically the end of the cloud forest. This close-up photo lays bare the brutal conversion of a vivid mountain forest into an eroded desert soil. It almost irradiates the Martian atmosphere. Ecologists can foresee that such eroded mountain sites will not soon recover in processes of secondary succession once the gas pipeline's function expires in 25 years, a programmed deterioration because of the high pressure of the flowing gas. And the dysfunctional pipeline will not be dismounted, but abandoned, and then gradually integrated into long geological cycles again, leaving traces of desertification amid the cloud forest. Without doubt, this is a paradigmatic image of the Anthropocene. But why makes it sense to capture these environmental scenes in artistic photograph, expose it and publish it in a book? Compared with one of the most famous diagrams of climate change and problems arising in the Anthropocene since the mid-20th century, the so-called hockey curve, such sublime artistic photography fulfills an important compensatory function. This photographic series exposes a silent, ignored, but ongoing process of environmental destruction by installing infrastructures of energy and natural landscapes. These images visually confirm the hypothesis of Bruno Latour and other authors that human force shapes planet Earth in profound geological dimensions. Such an aesthetics of environmental man-made catastrophe recalls established visual modes of landscape representation since the Romantic period in early 19th century, where many of the contemporary patterns of perception and representation have been formulated. Cordero's key image of the scared landscape revives Romantic patterns. It confirms the conceptual persistence of artistic modes of the times of Alexander von Humboldt. This sublime portrait of a mountain landscape is clearly opposed to the visual language of conceptual contemporary art, to modern abstract photography, and also to the realistic disaster porn in press, television, and social media. Such a conservative photographic aesthetics stands out in the contemporary visual media setting. It is comparable to slow food in an overwhelming context of industrialized fast food. Thus, Cordero's critical landscape photography is capable to call for attention via the principle of distinction. His visual language, as present in the selected photographs, explores the profound constitution of mountain landscapes. It also operates with the principles of optical reduction through fog, mist, twilights, and other climatic phenomena, and thus revives the visual elements of Caspar David Friedrich and other Romantic painters. An impression of timelessness emanates in these Romantic paintings, as well as in these neo-Romantic photographs of the early 21st century. Cordero's photography revives the notion expressed by the German Romantic painter Carl Gustav Carus in one of his letters on landscape painting published in the 1820s, where he unveiled the geological strata of mountains as a powerful narration of Earth history, including contemporary sedimentation. Also, Romantic perception and artistic conceptualization of mountain landscapes aimed at creating atmosphere, Stimmungen in German, generated by the evocation of metaphysical distance, mental standstill expressed via the aesthetic modes of light, textures, and contours, stimulating collective imaginative empathy. We can find all these characteristics in the work of Fernando Cordero, but his neo-Romantic photographs do not only display the natural beauty of landscape, but also pose the question how human beings are altering it. In this sense, he revives the existential and also critical spirit of his Romantic predecessors. Concretely, the layers of deep time contrast with the contemporary geological impact, the gas pipeline, a revealing clash of temporalities. And herein lies the conceptual heritage of Alexander von Humboldt, who promoted the act of seeing as an epistemic mode of understanding the world. His transdisciplinary relation of scientific investigation and aesthetic exploration of mountain landscapes led to a complex understanding of nature and civilization. And this clearly included environmental criticism. At present, a huge variety of images which represent basic problems in the Anthropocene compete: scientific diagrams, technical illustrations, documentary photograph, and artistic installations. In my opinion, the neo-romantic photographic work of Cordero offers an essential contribution to this media ecology. His photographs communicate critical information via aesthetic fascination. They catalyze critical insights in the non-sustainable development of our planet. Indeed, they constitute, frame, and determine worldviews. Thus, via his sublime aesthetic conceptualization, landscape appears as a medium of human self-knowledge, virtually inspiring environmental ethics and engagements. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Krieger. This is fascinating. The pictures are gorgeous. So I wanted to ask a question to each of you while the audience thinks about their own questions. Carlos, I was thinking about, perdón, voy a hacerte la pregunta en español. Estaba pensando sobre la noción de paisaje en las imágenes que nos presentas, ¿no? Porque es una idea de paisaje muchísimo más amplia de la idea tradicional, ¿no? Muchas son vistas urbanas, de personas, de la acción en los mercados, y quería pues preguntarte si nos podías, si podías expandir un poco más en esa idea de lo que tú entiendes como paisaje dentro de la producción de postales. Estás en mute.
Yeah. Okay, I think I'm gonna try to answer in English, not because English is difficult, it's because the question is really difficult. I'm really standing on the idea, and of course I'm based on several theorists that conceive landscape, starting from George Simmel, as a quite cultural entity, but also is a thing that is constructed by social, kind of a social gaze. I mean, I always put the example that when you are with a kid doesn't see a landscape until you don't make notice that there is a landscape in front of him. And it happens the same with us. There are all the time references, and we tend to always understand the landscape like a horizon, also because our way of perspective is quite defined. And the photography is based on the veduta of the 18th century, 17th century, and kind of the photography, especially on the Grand Tour, when the Grand Tour started in Europe to take that visual image to painting, to transform into photography, it was obvious that became that. But what happened in our territory, and it is quite connected with the things we saw in the morning specifically, suddenly urban landscape is also landscape. Suddenly everywhere you can project a perspective like a street became a landscape, but also modernity became a landscape. And for example, in Latin America, or for example, the images we saw today, and some stereographs, in fact, that I already saw, they try to make emphasis on that. Where is the little electricity channel of the end of 19th century, where you can see a religious ceremony, and then landscape stops to be what we consider is a landscape. In fact, now that Professor Peter Krieger just mentioned Humboldt, it is quite interesting that in Colombia, many things weren't considered a landscape when it belonged to nature. Only until after 1950, the only nature we used to see as a landscape was the landscape that Humboldt said it was a landscape, like Guatavita, like specifically like Guatavita or the bridge of Icononso. So yeah, I mean, let's say, for make it simple and closing, landscape is not an universal entity. It's quite cultural, quite temporal, and our gaze is also something that is referred to the way we are imposed to see. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you, Carlos. There is a question for Peter here. I'm going to open the mic to Alan so that you can ask the question directly. You should be allowed to talk now. Alan?
I think Alan has been having issues with his microphone since this morning.
Okay, so I'm gonna read the question. Thank you, Peter Krieger, for a fascinating paper. A great deal of 19th century US romantic painting and photography of the US West can be interpreted as mourning pictures, showing landscapes and peoples that are in the process of being destroyed or supposedly disappearing. These works are in a sense nostalgic. In light of this history, can Cordero's neo-romantic photos, although images of capitalism's crimes against nature, also be read as pictorial sites of mourning? And if so, can you elaborate?
Can you repeat the last? Can you what?
Elaborate.
Well, of course, it's a 12 minutes talk, and I wrote a book on the work of Fernando Cordero, and of course all these relations which my colleague Alan mentions are true. So I do not quite understand the precise question, but what I like to point out is one thing, that this kind of critical photography relates landscapes and human beings. So, for example, I mentioned in the paper, I talked about empathy. And in strict psychological terms, empathy is only related to human beings. But I expand this, I break this definition of psychologists, that psychologists do not like this, and extend it to landscapes. So I think the title SCAR allows this, that we now in the context of the debates on the post-human future and on ecology debates, which do not longer emphasize the human being, but see our presence on Earth in a short cycle, and just see other relations with fauna and flora. So in these times, I think the image of the landscapes gives us a lot of information and makes us think about our managing of the resources of planet Earth, of our destructive forces in the Anthropocene. I don't know whether I responded well, but that's what I want to say. This relation between landscape and human being, it has to be revised.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Krieger. I think this is fascinating, and the fact that photography has become also a side of activism, I think it's really interesting. So we're gonna end here. We're gonna take a very short break. We will be back at 11:30 so that we can begin the 5th panel on time. Thank you so much to our panelists and to the audience, and we will be here shortly. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Juanita. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, our panelists. Thank you. Ana Maria, how are you?
Hey.
Thank you for being here. Good, thank you. I think we're ready to go. Thank you for being here.
Okay.
And thanks to all participants. Yeah.
No, thanks, Veronica. Thank you all for being here. It's a pleasure to be part of this wonderful symposium Veronica and Catherine and the Terra has founded. It's really amazing. So we're starting our 5th panel of this symposium titled Domestic and Picturesque, or Doméstico y Pintoresco. I am Ana Franco. I'm an associate professor here at Universidad de los Andes, now here at my home, but hopefully one day at the university. So we'll have 3 papers today, and I will be presenting each of the speakers in the order they will be talking. So we'll start with William Coleman's talk, and he is, oh, sorry, first, before I present him, I want to remind all the participants that you can use the Q&A chat to post all your questions. You can ask your questions throughout their talks. I'll be keeping an eye on that, and we'll be posing the questions to our speakers at the end of the panel. So now, my first introduction. William Coleman is Director of Collections and Exhibitions at the Olana Partnership. He received his PhD in art history from the University of California in Berkeley. He has curated several exhibitions, including Matthew Brand, Rocks and Eagles at the New York Museum and a second exhibition, Vantage Points, History and Politics in the American Landscape. He has published in compilations such as Companion to 19th Century Art and journals such as the Huntington Quarterly Library and the Bulletin of Detroit. His talk today is titled Painting Houses, the Domestic Landscape of the Hudson River School. Thank you so much, Dr. Coleman, for being with us and for your talk.
Thank you, Anna. Is my audio and video working okay? All good? Great. Thank you. Glad to be a part of all this. Wish I could be there with you in person. For the artists of the diffuse 19th century landscape painting movement that is commonly called the Hudson River School, transforming the three-dimensional landscape beyond their canvases was a fundamental part of their project, not an aberration, but an expectation. Three very different case studies of artists' environments that were created by this circle demonstrate the diversity of manifestations of this phenomenon in the period. By means of a country house of their own design in a favored landscape, Thomas Cole, Frederick Church, and Jasper Francis Propsy transmitted principles from canvas to the built environment and secured extended access to a particular topography for study in a new intensive painting practice in which each artist engaged. Throughout the years when Thomas Cole was painting the canvases for which he is best known, many of them with architectural subjects like the Course of Empire cycle and the Architect's Dream, he was also engaged in a sustained program of architectural draftsmanship for a country house of his own. Unlike the country houses that were Cole's inspirations and the ones that his example would inspire, the 110-acre farm Cedar Grove of his wife Mariah's relations was never his own property on which to execute his architectural ideas. Although he came to own a few acres of the larger estate by the end of his life and worked diligently toward the goal of constructing a villa of his own on that plot, he lived out his days as a tenant in the pre-existing main house. While few of his designs for new construction were executed, the paper architecture he produced testifies to his concept of ideal country life and offers new insight both into his paintings of the houses of others and into his images of the nearby scenery of Catskill Creek, about which we've heard earlier. In what seems to be the first and most ambitious of Cole's designs for new construction at Cedar Grove, he shows lessons learned from studying various modes of country life, including his paintings of the estates of three aristocratic patrons and his travels amidst the rural architecture of England, France, and especially Italy. The broad porch, which wraps fully around the western side of the building to embrace the view of the Catskill Mountains in that direction, includes an ornate balustrade topped with urns from which plants sprout. On the plan indicated above this elevation, Cole has granted himself a generous painting room, shown there, fully 20 feet by 25, that takes advantage of northern light from an upper story. While financial realities intervened and made it impossible to build on so grand a scale, Cole did succeed in constructing an outlying studio building in 1846 that was the only built expression of a rich vein of design thinking about how best to inhabit the landscape. One more design of the original envisioned villa and a charming little vignette of the family on the porch in front. But here's what he succeeded in building. The new studio, which survived until its demolition in the 1970s and was reconstructed at what is now the Thomas Cole National Historic Site in 2016, was not a separate project, but the distillation of a continuous drafting process through distinct stages of frustrated ambition that can be traced in the surviving drawings. A composite view Cole made of the prospect across Catskill Creek toward North Mountain to the west of Cedar Grove takes on new resonance from the architectural circumstances behind its creation. I've also been thinking about the tanneries lately. We've heard about that smoke earlier. This view is resonant with associations for our symposium. To me, I'm thinking about how we see the artist using that structure, made as the artist finishes work on the new studio, a version of the view from that very building. One more assertion of a connection to place that was manifest in paintings and buildings alike. Cole painted at least 12 views of Catskill Creek that were direct products of Cole's architectural endeavors at Cedar Grove, which not only secured him sustained access to this landscape, but also provided the square footage necessary to envision large projects. Cedar Grove and the paper architecture it encouraged should be understood collectively as one of this painter architect's most sustained and ambitious projects in the transdisciplinary medium of landscape. Despite the stark difference of Frederick Church's Olana from Cedar Grove, just across the river, there are strong ties that bind them. We know that Cedar Grove contributed to Church's formation as a painter-architect from his 2 years in residence there as Cole's student, a fact that is made especially clear by a memorial drawing he produced of the site after Cole's death in February of 1848, in which the new studio is prominent at right. Indeed, it was Cole who first led Church to the hilltop that would become the site of Olana. As you can see from this capture at left from our brand new Gigapanoramic Landscape Tour, which will be live on our website soon, Church enjoyed success that far exceeded Cole's, that allowed him to build on a far grander scale and to realize his landscape ideal directly and completely across 250 acres. This architectural endeavor, which occupied Church for much of the final 4 decades of his life, was not a departure or digression from his work on canvas, but rather a quintessential statement of the same imperial gaze that is in evidence in Church's paintings of the region that is our host for this symposium. As this architectural drawing by Church himself attests, the artist, like Cole, was deeply involved in the design of his country house, even if he contracted first with Richard Morris Hunt and then with Calvert Vaux for help in realizing his ideas in a structurally sound manner. The spectacular mansion, which Church intended to be Persian, although he had never seen such architecture in the original, was conceived as a house for landscape, a subject of interest in distant views, a frame from which to perceive the changing environment outside his windows and outdoor rooms, and a place for the creation and display of landscapes representations. In oft-quoted lines from an 1884 letter, Church said, "I have made about 1 3/4 miles of road this season, opening entirely new and beautiful views. I can make more and better landscapes this way than by tampering with canvas and paint in the studio." The overarching concept is amply documented and shows a desire to cultivate a Humboldtian model of different climate zones, as well as a painterly sense of foreground, middle ground, and distance, with lawns and water near the house and thousands of trees planted on formerly bare hillside to frame, hide, and reveal internal and borrowed views. Although Church is not, like Cole, primarily known for Catskill Mountain scenery, Olana did inspire a fascinating private discipline of representing the views from and within the grounds of Olana nearly daily, a body of work that is a too well-kept secret of our permanent collection. Olana provided Church with a permanent perch that supplied the same kind of distant ordering logic of vision he had valued in canvases like the Heart of the Andes, and also enabled a turn to a very different mode of painting, as you see here. In discussing the architectural endeavors of members of the Hudson River School, Jasper Francis Cropsey is a particularly intriguing example. And when we talk about Cropsey, we have to show this painting you've seen before at left. It's glorious. Certainly, Cole and Church both made a substantial body of architectural drawings and were deeply involved with numerous building projects, allowing them to be called painter architects and distinguishing them from the likes of Albert Bierstadt, who bought a grand country house of his own, Malkasten, but did not design the structure. By contrast, Cropsey is a rare case of a landscape painter famed for works like the Straka Viaduct, who needed no aid when he turned to building, because painting was only his second career after extensive training and substantial achievement as a professional architect. After winning a prize at the age of 13 for, significantly, a model of a country house with colonnade and garden fence, He completed a 5-year apprenticeship with the New York architect Joseph Trench and designed churches, railway stations, and numerous country houses for others, as in the example at right. Clearly, this was a landscape painter who was particularly invested in the forms of domesticity and who had the technical knowledge to realize his ideas in the built environment. After attaining financial security sufficient to build a country house of his own, Cropsey purchased 54 acres near Warwick, New York, and built a 29-room Carpenter Gothic mansion he called Aladdin, which he completed in 1869. Unfortunately, this rough print is the most reliable image of the final appearance of the structure, now destroyed. But there are valuable written records of the estate, which was a major tourist draw. According to one journalist's account of a visit to Aladdin, it is, quote, 3, 4, and 5 stories high with a large square tower, has piazzas and balconies without number almost, and stands upon a side hill, the grounds having been handsomely terraced and set with vases filled with flowers in English fashion. This little known view in the grounds is an important piece of evidence with what seems to be a stylistically appropriate gatehouse and one of the described ornamental vases there at left, with an extensive view to Greenwood Lake out beyond and the Hudson Highlands after them. In what appears to be a preliminary drawing for the building, the structure's most distinctive feature is evident, a charismatic studio wing with a cupola and floor-to-ceiling window that recalls the similar single northern window of Cole's new studio. The effect of the interior of this space can be experienced from the reconstruction of it Cropsey built, using many of the original furnishings he had designed for Aladdin at the house to which he downsized later in life, known as Everest in Hastings-on-Hudson, now open to the public as a part of the Newington Cropsey Foundation. One could say much about the form of Aladdin with its Rube Goldberg-like systems of skylights and blinds and its formal grounds in a much different style than those of Olana. However, I'd like to focus on the extent to which Cropsey used this astonishing country house as a means to an unusually intensive study of the surrounding landscape. Even more than Cole and Catskill Creek or Church at Olana, Cropsey used Aladdin to make literally dozens of highly finished oils, not mere studies, of nearby Greenwood Lake in changing light and weather, including this example in Newark. In fact, this painting is doubly a domestic landscape, not only a view enabled and encouraged by inhabiting this place, but also a representation of the childhood home of his wife, Maria. This is just the most prevalent of many local subjects that became his focus during the Aladdin years, including Lake Wawayanda and Sugarloaf Mountain. As an architect first and painter second, Cropsey's country house was his life's work, a statement of his achievement in both media, a sustained hold on an elevated view like that he had prized in his major works in oil, and the spur to a remarkable painting practice in which he came to produce an outpouring of finished oils on speculation of the views he knew best. The country houses of Cole, Church, and Cropsey are evidence of the social and intellectual ambitions of visual artists in the middle decades of the 19th century, the attraction and persistence of international concepts of the creative country life, and simultaneously the sources of a rigorous grounding in place that manifested in modes of intensive painting practice each artist had not attempted previously. Even as each artist was dreaming up country houses on an aristocratic scale, they were also envisioning fictive houses in the wilderness, manifestations of the same underlying principle that a well-formed, self-sufficient house is the purest fundament of civilization. Despite obvious stylistic differences, these two inscribe a topography with order and grant privileged access to its bounties. By restoring architecture and gardening to their original prominent role in the lives and work of Hudson River School painters, enigmatic images like these of stalwart cabins in the wilderness take on new meaning as products of the same design thinking that produced the new studio at Cedar Grove, Olana, and Aladdin. There is much to be gained by bringing the built landscape in from the periphery to the core of discussions of 19th century American landscape painting.
Thanks so much, Will, for that beautiful talk. We'll now turn to Anna Marley, who has a PhD from the University of Delaware. She currently works at the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, where she recently curated the show From the Schuylkill to the Hudson, Landscapes of the Early American Republic, which resulted in an accompanying catalog with the same title. She has also published essays and articles, including Landscapes of the New Republic at Thomas Jefferson's Monticello, in Building the British Atlantic World. Dr. Marley's talk is titled The Schuylkill River School and the Industrial Picturesque in the Early American Republic. So Anna, welcome and thank you for your talk.
Thank you so much. I am going to share my screen and hope that it works. Looking good? Fantastic. Thank you so much, Veronica. Thank you so much, Catherine. And I am not giving up hope that one day we will all be together in the Andes, and maybe we will all write a book together. I'm just planting that seed in the landscape. So this paper will examine the important and underexplored tradition of landscape representation, the Schuylkill River School, a movement of landscape art that developed around papers affiliated with the Pennsylvania Academy of the Fine Arts in Philadelphia from the Declaration of Independence in 1776 through the years of the early American Republic. The global image of a progressive, prosperous, industrial United States in the first quarter of the 19th century would come to be defined by this landscape school, which would go on to have a profound effect on Thomas Cole, who is now known as the father of the Hudson River School, often erroneously called the first school of painting in the United States. During the time Cole studied at PAFA in the early 1820s, he was influenced by the work of Thomas Birch, whose American landscapes he admired in PAFA's annual exhibitions. The paintings of Birch created an explosion of popular images of the Schuylkill River that would travel around the world. For example, scenes of the Fairmont Waterworks depicted in paintings shown in PAFA's annual exhibitions were recreated as prints and transferred onto tableware produced in Bohemia, China, and Great Britain. Birch's Fairmont Waterworks from 1821, remarkably executed in minute detail, shows picturesque beauty and industry in harmony along the Schuylkill River, including details of the new city waterworks, the Schuylkill River Canal, the first steamship to travel up the waterway, and the beauty of Lemon Hill Mansion, perched on the banks of above the river. So there's a tie-in to Will's talk just before. It was this painting and its permutations in print, ceramic, and more that brought human and nature into aesthetic harmony along the Schuylkill and served as an icon of the landscape of the early Republican United States until it was displaced by the sublimity of Niagara Falls after the completion of the Erie Canal, another industrial marvel, after 1825. Before I go any further, I would like to take a moment to state that the Pennsylvania Academy of Fine Arts, the city of Philadelphia, the Schuylkill, and indeed the Hudson River are all situated on the homelands of the Lenape peoples. As a scholar of landscape representation in the early United States, I wish to acknowledge the Lenape peoples, past, present, and future, and their continuing presence in the homeland and throughout the Lenape diaspora. The first professionally trained European artists to represent the landscape of what is now the northeastern United States and Canada were British military topographic artists like Lieutenant William Peary, Royal Artillery, who completed a drawing of Niagara Falls on the spot in 1768. Peary's sketch, only the second known European drawing of Niagara, was sent to London, where Richard Wilson, England's leading landscape artist, painted a large canvas based on it. The image was then engraved by William Byrne and published by Wilson in 1774. Topographic military artists like Peary were trained at the Royal Military Academy at Woolwich, London. Thus, prints such as the Cataract of Niagara, while aesthetically pleasing, are colonial and imperial tools of measurement and control. Often prints such as these would include diminutive Native American figures, similar to the one that can be seen in William Birch's delicate miniature enamel painting on copper, and that this painting is about this big. Like Lieutenant Peary, Birch was trained in London and learned his craft from Sir Joshua Reynolds, the founder and president of the Royal Academy, before emigrating to Philadelphia. The influence of British imperial artistic practice as the foundation of the American landscape tradition cannot be overstated. Among the initial generation of professionally trained American artists to work in landscape in Philadelphia were brothers Charles Willson Peale and James Peale, who were born into the British colonial empire on North American soil. Charles traveled to London, where he was trained by another former colonist, Benjamin West, at the Royal Academy. In both England and Philadelphia, Charles and James were exposed to the British landscape genres of military topographic draftsmanship, conversation piece portraiture, overmantel decoration, and country house portraiture. The influence of British topographic impulse can be seen in Charles's An East View of Gray's Ferry. Along the Schuylkill River, Gray's Ferry, then later Gray's Bridge, was a strategic entry point to Philadelphia for British troops both during the Revolution and later for George Washington's triumphant re-entries into Philadelphia in 1787 and 1789. So just thinking about that military influence on American landscape, I think, is key. Before the explosion of landscape painting in Philadelphia in the 1820s, two British-born artists, William Russell Birch and Joshua Shaw, helped to create the Schuylkill River School through their respective serial print series, The Country Seats of the United States of North America and Picturesque Views of American Scenery. Birch conceived of Country Seats from his own rural residence, depicted in his miniature painting Springland, the artist's residence. Using the tradition of British country house estate portraiture and picturesque tourism as a model, Birch's Country Seats was a conscious attempt at the construction of a new Republican imagery through a series of views of elite suburban homes in the early Republic. However, Country Seats, unlike his earlier views of the city of Philadelphia, was a financial failure, perhaps because of his indebtedness to British aristocratic modes of vision in a nation very consciously attempting to construct itself as a republic. Shaw was a skilled painter trained in British landscape traditions, as you can see here in his very picturesque paintings. The printmaker John Hill worked with Shaw's original artworks to etch scenes such as View near the Falls of the Schuylkill that I'm showing you here, which was included in Picturesque Views. The dramatic vertical orientation of this etching with imposing rocks framing a view of the Schuylkill River is surprisingly sublime in its composition, ascribing a dramatic power to the falls of Schuylkill in the years before they were dammed as part of the Fairmont Waterworks project. While both of these British-born artists focused on picturesque and sublime imagery, the objective of the second generation of Philadelphia artists was to successfully capture the cultivated energy of the new Republican landscapes of Philadelphia, and in particular, the Schuylkill River. As early as the 1780s, Philadelphians were concerned about environmental degradation of this river, as well as the quality of water available to the residents of the city. In a 1782 letter from the Continental Congress delegate Francis Hopkinson, the author lamented, quote, "Look towards the bank of the Schuylkill. Where are now those verdant groves that used to grace the prospect? Alas, not now remain but lifeless stumps that molder into summer and winter frost." After the American Revolution, periodic bouts of yellow fever ravaged the city, and in the 1790s led to the development of a watering committee, and ultimately the building of the waterworks at Center Square. Celebrated as a wonder of the modern city when it opened in 1802, the White Temple of architect Benjamin Henry Latrobe's waterworks appears dirty and corrupted, covered in billowing soot and surrounded by boisterous crowds by the time John Lewis Krimmel painted 4th of July in Center Square. And I point you to the work of my colleague, Laura Turner-Igo, who explores this in depth in her scholarship. After the devastation wrought by the yellow fever and the subsequent move of the federal government to Washington, D.C., Philadelphia began to reinvent itself. As it morphed from a port and capital city to a major center of manufacturing, industry, and the arts, the landscape representation from 1800 through the 1830s changed accordingly. PAFA academicians and board members were intimately connected with the growth of the city and the development of its waterworks. William Rush, one of PAFA's founding artist members, was the chairman of the Watering Committee's Building Committee in 1822, and his sculpture, Allegory of the Schuylkill River, formed the centerpiece in Center Square, which you can see in Krimmel's painting here. And then he also sculpted Allegory of the Schuylkill River in its improved state and Allegory of the Waterworks in 1825 to be placed over the entryways to the new mill house of the waterworks, which replaced the dilapidated Center Square pump house. The second generation of Philadelphia landscape painters that I'm exploring today include Thomas Birch and Thomas Doughty, who painted the river so often and whose work was replicated in mass-produced prints and ceramics, would come to represent Philadelphia to a national and international audience. Later in the 19th century, the Schuylkill River was often depicted in this scenic, contained manner. Now, this was not the case in the earlier 19th century. Doughty's Landstorm, like Hill's print of Shaw's Falls of Schuylkill, published 2 years earlier, is a depiction of the Schuylkill River in sublime mode. These works stand in marked contrast to later works by Doughty and by Birch, which show the Schuylkill controlled, as do Rush's allegorical sculptures of the waterworks. It was in this image of the industrial picturesque Schuylkill River that would come to symbolize the new American Republic on the national and international stage. The paintings of this group of artists created an explosion of popular images of the Schuylkill River that would travel around the world. In particular, scenes of the Fairmont Waterworks in paintings shown at PAFA's annual exhibitions were, through the global distribution of prints like Robert Campbell's, transferred onto tableware produced in Bohemia, China, Great Britain, for the elite and middle-class homes. Often, images of the waterworks were used for vessels that held water, pitchers, basins, vases, and teacups. One of the most beautiful examples of this is an object made in China for the American export market. It is no accident that this image of American salubriousness, of the purity and modernity of Philadelphia's water source, was depicted on a teacup, tea being the preferred drink of teetotalers, spelled T-E-E, part and parcel of the projection of Philadelphia as a virtuous and uncontaminated city, very different from our gritty image today. Thomas Birch's view of virtue and vice, sobriety and drunkenness, painted after the completion of the waterworks, spells out clearly for the viewer the connection between contemporary temperance movements in Philadelphia and the creation of a source of healthy water for the city. On the right side of the composition, Birch represents an elegantly dressed couple, a child who appears to be picking strawberries, a group of picnickers enjoying the airy breezes and refined architecture of the waterworks and river. A temperance tree divides the virtuous side from the vice-filled one, where on the left, the desiccated tree hovers above a drunken man and his distraught wife and weeping child. In the background, a group of men sit in front of a tavern. Like Birch's oils on canvas, this watercolor was reproduced for many purposes, including an 1836 German language temperance almanac that was titled Der Massigkeitsbaum, or the Temperance Tree. The popularity of these Schuylkill River artists, in particular Doughty and Thomas Birch, was to have a profound influence on the young British immigrant Thomas Cole. In the fall of 1823, Cole began studying from the casts and paintings collection at PAFA and exhibited his first painting professionally at PAFA's 13th annual exhibition in May 1824. However, Even though the Schuylkill River School gave birth to the now better known Hudson River School, Philadelphia painters, along with printmakers and ceramicists, were not immune to the influence of New York School painters after the 1830s, with Cole by that time foremost among them. Like Birch and Doughty before him, and I'm showing you an example, Cole's paintings were copied as prints and then transposed into transferware in Great Britain for the American and domestic art market. The dominance of the Hudson River School was tied to New York's expanding fortune and growing identity as the Empire State. With the completion of the Erie Canal in 1825 and its expansion in 1834, the port of New York City eclipsed every other US city port with its ready access to both the Atlantic Ocean and, via the Hudson and Erie Canals, the Great Lakes. Niagara Falls, near the terminus of the canal of Lake Erie, enjoyed ever-increasing popularity and eclipsed the Fairmont Waterworks as the symbol of prosperity and power in the United States and as a tourist site. Even Philadelphia painters like Thomas Birch were to make pilgrimages up the canal to paint the sublime and newly accessible Niagara Falls. Thomas Birch's minutely rendered New York waterfall is in keeping with the same style he used 20 years before to paint the Fairmont Waterworks in Philadelphia. Unlike his father, William Birch's and Thomas Cole's painting of Niagara Falls, Thomas does not include Native American figures, either idealized or Iroquois League of Six Nations, which by the 1840s had been displaced by official US government policies to the west of the Mississippi. The completion of the Erie Canal in the 1830s had made it possible for what was once the location of a remote military fort on the border with British Canada to become a popular site of picturesque tourism, effectively ending the aesthetic influence of the industrial Schuylkill River School and replacing it with the dominance of the imperial vision for the US we now call the Hudson River School. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Anna, for that wonderful talk as well. We now will finish with Lisa Anselini. And Lisa is an independent researcher. She studied botanical illustration at the Chelsea School of Botanical Art in London and has recently taught courses on this genre. Lisa has a BA in art history and a BA in art from the Universidad de los Andes. So it's a pleasure to welcome you again here at the university. And she will be talking about mural painting and the popular domestic, a building space for the picturesque local imaginary in the 19th century. Thank you, Lisa.
Muchas gracias, Ana, y Verónica y Catherine por la invitación y la organización. Es un honor muy grande estar acá con todos estos panelistas tan interesantes. Mi charla de hoy se titula Pintura mural y lo doméstico popular, un espacio de construcción del imaginario pintoresco local en el siglo XIX. Lo puse entre signos de interrogación, porque como vamos a ver, pues es el tema que escogí, las imágenes a las que voy a hacer referencia acá, son difíciles de documentar y de relacionar, ya vamos a ver por qué. Entonces, a pesar de que es una expresión artística poco documentada y poco preservada, la pintura mural en Colombia se ha utilizado desde la colonia hasta la mitad del siglo XX en los espacios de la alta sociedad como un símbolo de estatus. Desde la época republicana, el mural se trasladó de un contexto mayoritariamente religioso a uno secular y fue más frecuente utilizado en espacios privados. Así, en algunas casas se encuentran hermosas pinturas policromadas que decoran los espacios de recepción, pórticos, corredores, balcones o portales, con imágenes en los muros que representan escenas pintorescas, paisajes, obras de ingeniería moderna o casas extranjeras. Este tipo de patrimonio claramente es difícil de preservar y de documentar, razón por la cual su estudio es complejo y muchas veces deja más preguntas que respuestas. Sin embargo, se han estudiado y registrado pinturas murales que datan del cambio del siglo XIX al siglo XX en algunos edificios públicos de la región de la Sabana de Bogotá, como la Casa de la Cultura y el Palacio Municipal de Tenjo, el Centro Cultural Bacatá en Funza o la Casa de Vivienda en Funza también. Igualmente se han registrado algunas pinturas en edificaciones privadas, como la Casa Privada en Tenjo, que vemos acá en el centro arriba, la Casa La Eneida en Bogotá, la Casa de Villa Paulina, que está en la Universidad de los Andes, o la Casona de Valmoral en Fusagasugá, que es un poco más lejos geográficamente, pero también hace parte de esta misma lógica estética. Estos ejemplos que traigo tienen varios aspectos que nos permiten relacionarlos. Primero, las pinturas se encuentran mayoritariamente en las fachadas o en los balcones. Esto nos permite deducir que fueron hechas para el deleite de visitantes y transeúntes y para mostrar estatus y riqueza en el contexto de lo público. Segundo, se estima, datan entre finales del siglo XIX y principios del siglo XX. Algunas están fechadas, otras se han estudiado. Tercero, tienen un programa iconográfico similar. Casi todas representan paisajes, como podemos ver acá, muchos de ellos paisajes extranjeros con edificaciones de otros contextos geográficos. Estos ejemplos, que son casas que están documentadas y estudiadas, nos van a dar una información muy valiosa para la investigación, pero la pretensión en este caso fue adentrarme en otro ámbito de la pintura mural aún menos estudiado. Las pinturas en las fachadas de las casas campesinas del altiplano cundiboyacense. Al recorrer esta región, podemos observar una expresión artística bastante particular. Encontramos casas, muchas ya en ruinas, con pintura mural en su fachada. Generalmente estas no son grandes haciendas, sino pequeñas casas más sencillas, posiblemente habitadas por trabajadores de las haciendas o por campesinos. La intención inicial de esta investigación era hacer un registro de varias de estas casas, para luego hacer un análisis más integral del fenómeno y poder entender cuál es el origen y la función de esta práctica. Sin embargo, recorrer esta región para documentar las casas fue muy difícil debido a la situación de pandemia. Por esta razón, me voy a centrar en el estudio de una sola casa, la que vemos acá, que tiene una gran riqueza en sus murales, con la esperanza de poder extender este registro en el futuro. Los murales de esta casa, que ya vamos a ver un poco más en detalle, nos hacen preguntarnos si la pintura mural en el ámbito doméstico popular era un espacio de construcción del imaginario pintoresco local, que reflejaba una estética y una temática específicas de la época, o por el contrario, una simple expresión artística privada. La casa en cuestión se encuentra en el departamento de Cundinamarca, cerca de la población de Chocontá. Esto es más o menos a 2 horas de Bogotá. Es una casa que está en este momento abandonada, en ruinas, y que tiene una construcción vernácula con una técnica de la época colonial. Vemos que tiene ladrillos en adobe, estructura de madera y piso de tierra. Es una casa muy humilde, tiene hollín en las paredes, lo cual devela que la estufa está dentro de la casa. Esto también nos habla de que los habitantes de la casa no eran pues grandes hacendados ni personas de mucho dinero. Acercándonos un poco más a los murales, no voy a entrar a describir cada uno específicamente porque no alcanza el tiempo, pero sí quiero que hagamos un barrido para ver un poco el tipo de imágenes con las que estamos trabajando. Lo primero que hay que ver es el marco. Esto fue muy revelador en cuanto que es un marco similar en cuanto a la forma y al color a las otras casas que mostré anteriormente, ¿sí? Entonces esto nos da la idea de que son murales que fueron hechos en la misma época, que posiblemente son copia o herencia de esta tradición de la clase alta, y también el tema de marcar las imágenes cuando se hacía pintura en los muros es herencia clara de la pintura mural colonial, ¿sí? Vemos acá en el primer mural un puente que es un tipo de construcción pues, del siglo XIX, y las imágenes de puentes se vieron muy comúnmente en el siglo XIX en distintos contextos, como estas imágenes de obras de ingeniería moderna. Arriba se ve una edificación, no es muy claro qué es. Como ven, el estado de preservación de estos murales es bastante malo. Vemos, pues el puente está, digamos, en un paisaje muy escarpado. Luego en el segundo mural vemos un edificio que tiene un carácter oficial, es un edificio grande, con una bandera de Colombia. La bandera de Colombia con las 3 rayas horizontales se oficializó en 1861. Entonces esto ya nos da un poco una idea de que esta pintura pues, es posterior a esta fecha, y tiene una palmera en el primer plano. En algún momento pensé que era una estación de ferrocarril, pero no coincide el edificio con ninguna de las estaciones entre las que hay registro. Tanto la palmera como el paisaje escarpado nos develan que estas dos imágenes son de paisajes lejanos a la casa. La casa se encuentra en un valle muy plano, en clima frío, ¿no? Entonces también hay una idea de que son imágenes copiadas de fotografías o de grabados que vienen de otro lugar. Este mural está en la misma fachada, no se ve muy bien, pero les cuento. tiene un hombre a caballo persiguiendo 2 vacas o toros con las piernas extendidas que están corriendo. Es una imagen con mucho movimiento, es una imagen muy dinámica, lo cual también nos lleva a la idea de que viene de una fotografía. Esta es otra vista de la casa. Como ven, es una casa muy humilde. En el portal de entrada hay 3 murales. Esta es la entrada principal a la casa. Y vemos una imagen que es muy importante para este análisis, que es el mural de un cóndor con las alas extendidas. En el contexto de muchos países de América, pues de la zona andina, y específicamente de Colombia, el cóndor tiene una connotación fuertemente patriótica. Entonces también esto nos habla de toda esta tendencia que hubo a partir de 1830 más o menos en adelante, de fortalecer la idea de la nación y la construcción de una identidad nacional a través de símbolos, como el escudo, la bandera, el himno, etcétera. Algunos de estos símbolos son imágenes, algunos de estos símbolos pues, son otro tipo de recursos como sonidos, poesía, literatura, etcétera. Y acá esto nos da otra pista, es que a partir de 1854 el escudo nacional de Colombia empezó a mostrar el cóndor con las alas abiertas. Antes de esto era distinto, entonces también eso nos da un poco el tema de la fecha. A los costados de este mural hay 2 murales. Uno es este, que es una escena con 2 conejos, un bosque, un puente con un caballo y al fondo una casa. Es una escena que se puede pensar un poco pintoresca, pero como pueden ver la imagen, el tipo de imagen es muy naif, ¿no? El tipo de trazo, entonces también hay un tema como que nos aleja de lo pintoresco justamente, de lo sublime. El otro es este mural, que es una casa de estilo europeo, con un jardín y una fuente enfrente. Esta casa tiene unas barras de madera estilo Tudor en la fachada, lo cual nos remite a una tradición arquitectónica del norte de Europa y el Reino Unido, y nos aleja un poco de esta arquitectura española colonial. Y muy cerca de este mural, a un metro más o menos, encontramos este otro mural, que es exactamente la misma casa, con el mismo jardín, la misma fuente, todo es exactamente igual, pero está vista desde otro ángulo. Me devuelvo para que vean, esta está vista desde el costado izquierdo, esta está vista desde el lado derecho. Esto es muy extraño. Por un lado, que esté la misma casa 2 veces tan cerca, por el otro lado, que sean 2 vistas. Esto nos revela que posiblemente la casa, y también por la bandera de Colombia sabemos que es una casa en territorio nacional, pues que la casa era una casa que los que pintaron la imagen conocían, es decir, una casa de la zona, ¿sí? O que fue menos probablemente, pero que pudo haber sido pintada de 2 fotografías del mismo lugar. Y nos revela otra cosa muy importante, es que los murales fueron pintados por 2 manos distintas, ¿no? Son 2 tipos de imagen, 2 trazos muy diferentes, ¿no? Y en la fachada occidental tenemos este tríptico, que está, a diferencia de los otros, está pegadas las 3 imágenes. La imagen de la izquierda tiene un tren, otro símbolo, como vimos esta mañana en la charla del profesor Alan, otro símbolo del siglo XIX. Este tren está entrando a la imagen de una manera muy fotográfica, cinematográfica casi, directo a atropellar un perro o un zorro que está al final de la carrilera. Tiene el humo moviéndose, la dirección de la carrilera, le da mucho movimiento también a la imagen, y al fondo hay un lago con una balsa, con la silueta de una balsa. Este es el mural del centro, que es una palmera, y la imagen de la derecha tenemos una balsa con un hombre blanco, con traje blanco y sombrero, digamos vestido a la europea, acompañado por 2 hombres mulatos o negros con muy poca ropa, y el hombre blanco tiene un fusil, está apuntando hacia un cocodrilo que está atacando la balsa con la boca abierta, y hay 2 cocodrilos más también con una actitud amenazante. Esta imagen es importante. Primero, podemos pensar que es la misma balsa del cuadro del tren, ¿sí? Que es esta misma silueta vista de cerca, y esto digamos que relaciona esas 2 imágenes que están como puestas a modo de viñeta o de cómic, y también nos remite a las escenas de cacerías que se utilizaban, pues que se construían tan comúnmente en la época, y pues a todo como una narración, ¿no? Es una imagen muy narrativa. El último mural es este, que es una plaza donde vemos una noria o un molino con un caballo, no es muy claro, y al fondo una casa. Viendo los murales en conjunto, reiteramos que constituyen una unidad, no solamente debido a los marcos que claramente los unifican, sino a la paleta del color y al tipo de imágenes, que digamos se podrían ver como un álbum de vistas y costumbres nacionales. Es claro acá que estamos hablando de imágenes en el territorio colombiano. A pesar de la falta de documentos sobre la casa que nos puedan dar pistas sobre la época en la que se hicieron las pinturas o sobre el origen o el uso de estas imágenes, después de haber detallado cada uno de los 10 murales es posible llegar a varias conclusiones. Primero, que las pinturas son con certeza posteriores a 1854 por el Cóndor y a 1861 por la bandera, pero seguramente se pueden fechar incluso en la primera década del siglo XX por varias razones, como la presencia de la imagen del tren. El tren llegó a Chocotá en 1908, y digamos que la línea de tren que iba de las tierras templadas hacia Bogotá se construyó más o menos entre 1870 y 1920. También la similitud con otros murales de las otras casas que vimos que están fechados en este periodo. Además, podemos concluir que esta era una práctica común a distintos estratos económicos y a distintos contextos sociales, puesto que se encuentran en casas lujosas, urbanas, en casas de haciendas y también en casas más sencillas en la ruralidad. La idea anterior, sumada a la distancia que hay entre las diferentes casas que les mostré, nos permite concluir que decorar las casas privadas con pintura mural era una práctica más ampliamente difundida en la región y en otras zonas del país de lo que se cree. Esto nos devela además que es una tradición claramente heredada de la pintura mural colonial, no únicamente por la expansión geográfica de esta práctica, sino por la técnica y por el uso de marcos rojos. De esta idea podemos sacar una cuarta conclusión. La pintura mural del siglo XIX, principios del siglo XX, es una evidencia clara de la secularización del arte en la época, ¿sí? A pesar de que viene esta herencia colonial, de pintar imágenes de la tradición católica en los muros, vemos que esta tradición de pintura mural continúa, pero el tema se seculariza. Esto nos lleva a pensar en el programa iconográfico. Este programa unifica los murales, ¿sí? Y también tenemos que empezar a mirar el origen de las imágenes. No es del todo claro. Tenemos evidencia de que fueron pintadas por dos manos, ambas inexpertas o por artistas aficionados, y sabemos también que todos fueron pintados en un mismo momento, pues tienen la misma paleta de color, los mismos marcos, un trazo muy similar y el mismo estado de preservación. Sabemos también que muchas de las imágenes fueron copiadas de fotografías o grabados, debido a la presencia de fauna y flora de otros climas, y a que en esta época digamos, costumbre de copiar imágenes de fotografías era muy común. Una posición podría ser la de pensar que este es un ejemplo de pintura popular costumbrista, que responde a una estética en cierta medida pintoresca, en tanto que se muestran escenas exóticas, paisajes, escenas llamativas y un tanto novelescas. Sin embargo, el trazo inexperto y la estética naif nos alejan de lo sublime que es tan característico de la estética pintoresca. Entonces podemos plantear otra aproximación. Estas imágenes se pueden entender como un reflejo de la construcción de nación que fue agenda del gobierno durante la época. La presencia en varios murales de la bandera y el cóndor a la entrada de la casa pueden ser evidencia de esto y de la búsqueda de una representación puramente nacional. Otra postura puede ser que el espacio popular en el que fue producida esta pintura, la mano inexperta que la pintó y la poca claridad en el origen y la relación entre las imágenes nos revelan que estamos enfrentados a una simple expresión individual de decoración de un espacio privado que se deriva o copia una práctica de un contexto social de la alta sociedad. Así nos queda la pregunta si la pintura mural del ámbito doméstico popular era un espacio de construcción del imaginario pintoresco local y del imaginario de una nueva nación que reflejaba una estética, una temática, un discurso de la época, o si era por el contrario una simple expresión artística privada. Esta casa es tan solo un ejemplo entre muchos, pero nos plantea una reflexión interesante con respecto al uso de la imagen al final del siglo XIX y principios del siglo XX, en una esfera al margen de los espacios oficiales del arte. Muchas gracias.
Lisa, muchas gracias. Increíble este material. Estamos aquí todos como anonadados viendo estas imágenes pues tan interesantes e inusuales. So we have a couple of questions here, and if people from the audience have more, please keep them coming. We have one question for, for Will from Rachel Delu. So she asks, and I'm going to read, Will, thanks so much for your talk. I'm interested in what you said about Olana as a vantage point from which church could envision or re-envision the surrounding terrain, as well as materialize in the series of sketches you showed. One of those images stood out, the one that showed a distant hilltop Olana seen from the point of view of someone on the ground. Could you say a little bit more about this sketch, which reverses the view from Olana, which for church served as a viewing apparatus of sorts? But in this sketch, what we see is church looking back and meeting the gaze of his architecture eye.
Really like that phrasing. Thanks for that good question, Rachel. I know of just 2 works in oil in which Church depicts the house itself, whereas most commonly we're seeing the view out from Olana, but I think they're really eloquent objects that make abundantly clear that the house was conceived as much as a subject in landscape to intrigue and draw you in from far away. I sometimes think of this charismatic building as a kind of folly / house that is meant to be so mysterious and charismatic that it lures you in from afar. So that those 2 precious oils, the other one being in the Cooper Hewitt's collection, are traces of a public presence for Olana that was also manifest in its open grounds policy. Many accounts of visitors coming to the place being drawn in by that house seen from afar. So I love that, thinking about how it's both an outward optical tool and an inward one.
Great, thanks so much, Will. We have one question for Anna. So Remi says, thanks for these fantastic papers. He has a question for, he or she, sorry, I don't recognize the gender of this name. The question is the following. I loved seeing the comparison between Thomas Birch's waterworks paintings of 1821 and his later 1845 Niagara Falls. Can you speak more to the relation between these 2 works? I'm fascinated by the ways in which the Niagara work seems to oscillate between an image reminiscent of the controlled, tamed waterworks landscape, while also bordering on a remote, sublime image more akin to Hudson River School painting. It seems like a hybridized, almost an easy combination of both Schuylkill and Hudson styles, as you implied, and I'd love to hear more.
Thank you so much, Remi. And I think I'm also going to tie this in a little bit to Catherine's question that was also kind of hidden in the chat about Birch's use of miniatures. And so I'm going to tie it in because we sort of opened with Birch the father's little vignette, a miniature of Niagara Falls, where he places a Native American figure after Native Americans would have been moved west and would not have been in Niagara Falls. And I think the comparison between Birch's 1845 painting and the earlier, say, Thomas Cole paintings of Niagara Falls is really interesting as well in terms of erasure or inclusion of Native American figures. And as we saw when we organized the Schuylkill to Hudson exhibition, often Native American figures only come back into paintings of scenes like Niagara Falls or, say, Kaaterskill Falls after they have been actually removed from the landscape. So when they are safe to be used in a romantic format, they come back into the landscape. So, the Birch's view, I mean, I was fascinated by that, the scene of Niagara Falls, because it looks so, it's so recognizably Birch, right? It's not the romantic coloration of the Hudson River School. It's that like very light, crystalline blue, that crisp, precise painting style that he had. And so he goes to this Hudson River School icon, Niagara Falls, and he paints it just like he's painting the Schuylkill River, which I think is fascinating. And he also doesn't quite recognize it as a tourist site or even an industrial site. So for example, there's a great painting by Innes of Niagara Falls, where he recognizes the industrial potential of Niagara Falls, which is not something that is known more in iconic images of the falls that we might recognize from, say, Bierstadt or Church. So the way all of these artists approach Niagara Falls is very different and sort of, I think, reveals their worldview of the place of Niagara Falls at the terminus of the Erie Canal and its juncture in New York, and that relationship with the New York School and a budding imperial view of the United States. Thank you for that question, Remi.
Thanks, Anna. So one last question for Lisa. Lisa, creo que muchos estamos aquí preguntándonos cómo fue que llegaste a esta casa. Verónica en particular, quisiera saber cómo encontraste esta casa y ese tesoro pues de estas pinturas tan inusuales, que como tú dices son muy comunes, pero no las tenemos tan claramente en el imaginario.
Digamos que es, como lo dije, es un dentro del patrimonio artístico, yo creo que es de los menos documentados y también es muy difícil de preservar, ¿no? Entonces es interesante porque uno realmente recorriendo la zona puede ver esta práctica en varias casas, solo que por la pandemia no pude salir a tomar las fotos, unas casas a las que no pude acceder, en fin, no es tan fácil, pero esta simplemente es una casa que me encontré en un viaje, sí, la vi en la carretera, de hecho con mi mamá, que es investigadora en temas de arquitectura rural, ella es arquitecta, teníamos la idea de hacer como un gran catálogo, pero pues llegó la pandemia y no lo pudimos hacer, porque es un fenómeno muchas veces, lo que se ve es que las pinturas de la casa están representando el mismo paisaje que se ve desde la casa, como si fuera un espejo, pero pues no pude incluir esto acá, la idea es seguir buscándolo, básicamente fue un encuentro viajando por la sabana, y obviamente digamos que desde la carretera uno ve unos pequeños cuadros y a la hora de acercarse uno se encuentra con estas cosas increíbles y con cocodrilos y palmeras, fue una cosa como muy interesante de ver. Lo mismo pasó con esta casa en Tenjo y en Funza, que uno va, pues uno ve de repente una casa bien preservada o sí, y uno va viendo, algunos están documentados y generalmente la bibliografía está escrita mayoritariamente por las personas que restauraron estas casas. ¿Sí? Entonces también es una cosa un poco técnica donde no se hace tanto análisis iconográfico, ¿no? Entonces digamos que es un terreno como un poco gris algunas veces, pero siento que hay mucho por hacer ahí y siento que mirarlo en el contexto de lo doméstico y de lo popular abre otras ventanas a la investigación muy interesante.
Buenísimo, Lisa. Muchas gracias.
Vale,
a ustedes. Thank you all for being here, for our three speakers, wonderful papers which gave us a lot to think about. And thank you all for being here and participating. And don't forget that we still have a session this afternoon. Have a great lunch. Now,
gracias.
Bye. Gracias.
Will, Anna, Lisa, fantastic.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Me encanta ese fondo con esos cuadros, está genial. Vamos a esperar a que llegue nuestro moderador y demás asistentes. Okay, so welcome back to our last session for today, not last session for a wonderful symposium. We've had amazing papers. I am going to begin moderating. I'm still missing our moderator, but I will begin so that we can start right on time with our sixth panel, Figure, Ground, Humans in Nature. We have three amazing speakers for today for this panel, and we are going to begin with María José Rojas. María José Rojas es licenciada en Historia y maestra en Historia del Arte por la UNAM. Es autora del artículo Los impresos poblanos efímeros, una mirada a tertulia de pulquería, de José A. Arrieta, 1851, trabajo inédito que explora el contexto político poblano a mediados del siglo XIX. Ha sido también curadora de exposiciones en Puebla y ha difundido sus investigaciones en México, Argentina y Brasil. Actualmente es docente y recién ingresó como alumna del doctorado en Historia del Arte en la UNAM. Entre sus temas de interés destaca el estudio de la pintura costumbrista mexicana del siglo XIX desde una perspectiva política y social, la prensa poblana de mediados del siglo XIX y la producción artística del pintor José Agustín Arrieta. María José va a presentar su ponencia titulada La construcción del paisaje mexicano en el álbum de México y sus alrededores, 1855-1856. Bienvenida, María José.
Muchísimas gracias, Vero. Muchísimas gracias, Catherine, y bueno, todos los que nos están acompañando. ¿Puedo compartir pantalla?
Sí, debes poderlo hacer. Ya debes poder.
Perfecto. Ustedes me dicen si se ve el PowerPoint.
Perfecto.
Ok. La construcción del paisaje mexicano en el álbum de México y sus alrededores, 1855-1856. Consideraciones generales en torno a México y sus alrededores, colección de vistas, trajes y monumentos. En México la litografía se desarrolló desde la primera mitad del siglo XIX en grandes talleres que fueron parte del fenómeno que Beatrice Farwell denominó como explosión de medios. Uno de sus propósitos fue la reproducción masiva y en serie, lo que permitió un aumento de tiraje y la mayor recepción de imágenes visuales. A través de esta fue posible que el pensamiento de los receptores se transformara. Una novedad resultó el adherir en un mismo formato el texto escrito con la impresión visual. Un ejemplo bien logrado fue la obra que coordinó José de Caen, francés que residió en México desde finales de la tercera década del siglo XIX y que sobresalió como un editor prolífico. Dicha obra, México y sus alrededores, es el principal objeto de esta ponencia. Es de mi interés entender qué sentido tuvo la obra litográfica para los que intervinieron en su realización, así como proponer algunos de sus significados. Cabe preguntarse si es mucha la distancia que separa el significado que tuvo para los contemporáneos de 1855-1856, años en que se publicó por primera vez, y el que actualmente tiene. Lo cierto es que se trata de un lugar común, al menos en la parte visual. Esto porque su temática esencial fue proyectar un concepto del urbano que prevalecía en esa época sobre la Ciudad de México. De esta manera, en el imaginario actual, México y sus alrededores presenta la imagen de la ciudad que muchos albergan de su pasado, a partir de tres principales temas: el paisaje, los monumentos y sus habitantes. No es casual que varias de las láminas aparecen reproducidas en libros de texto, en menús o en fondas, restaurantes e incluso en estaciones del subterráneo en la Ciudad de México. Con una función de tipo decorativa o ilustrativa, fungen como documentos que evocan nostalgia y o un interés por saber cómo fueron las cosas. Si el género urbano es lo fundamental en México y sus alrededores, ¿por qué se creó en este momento un álbum de este tipo? La utilidad que pudo haber tenido en el momento de su creación rebasa la idea de que solo haya funcionado como testimonio documental. La imagen urbana desde tiempos antiguos ha revelado por un lado el carácter idealizado de lo que debería ser una ciudad. Es posible entonces que se concibió una obra que tuvo como fin presentar una construcción de lo que se entendía como México. ¿Fue el paisaje en México y sus alrededores una temática fundamental para que de Caen mostrara ese carácter idealizado de la Ciudad de México? ¿Qué se representa en las estampas y en los textos? ¿Es la construcción del paisaje un espacio o un lugar que apropia símbolos? En mi intervención daré una lectura que parte de la temática del paisaje en esta obra, la cual fue publicada previo a los eventos de una guerra civil, la Guerra de Reforma o de 3 años. El éxito de México y sus alrededores, el papel de José de Caen. Florencio M. del Castillo titula el primer texto de México y sus alrededores, México. Al hablar de la ciudad, el autor enfatizó claramente en sus paisajes. Los describe con, cito, clima templado y sano, y su cielo es de una pureza y transparencia admirables. Describe la temperatura de término medio, además señala que reúne diversa vegetación en el valle y en las montañas. El literato mexicano comparte las impresiones del barón Alexander von Humboldt, que comentó que México, cito, debe contarse sin duda alguna entre las más hermosas ciudades que los europeos han fundado en ambos hemisferios, cierro cita. No obstante, el mexicano fue más allá al considerar que la ciudad ha ido hermoseándose progresivamente. Para Del Castillo y los literatos, México es una de las ciudades más hermosas del Nuevo Mundo, por sus calles rectas, bien empedradas, con andenes enlosados y regular alumbrado. Su grandeza se mide a través de sus plazas y plazuelas, sus parroquias, conventos, capillas, panteones, paseos, así como teatros, plazas de toros, hospitales y bibliotecas. Para los escritores no se entendería la dimensión que alcanza si no se contemplaran sus poco más de 200,000 habitantes. Bajo esta línea, de Caen encauzó a su taller y preparó una serie de paisajes vistas que muestran espacios representativos de la ciudad. En ellos, no solo se atisban los complejos vaivenes políticos, sociales, económicos o militares que tanto caracterizaron el siglo XIX mexicano. Partiendo de los conceptos de vistas paisajes, el editor escogió puntos representativos para elaborar imágenes posiblemente trazadas desde la altura de un globo aerostático, como la primera vista de la Ciudad de México. A partir de cierta altura fueron trazados algunos de los paseos más famosos y un par de lugares aledaños al casco de la ciudad, como la Alameda, la Villa de Guadalupe, aquí estoy. Aquí, la Villa de Guadalupe y el pueblo de Iztacalco. La altura iría disminuyendo, pues hay una selección de vistas que fueron concebidas desde otros sitios. Son características las panorámicas tomadas desde un punto estratégico como las azoteas. En esta se aprecia un plano más cercano donde con más exactitud se miran las vistas de la Plaza de Armas, Tacubaya con sus quintas para descanso, los paseos de Bucareli y La Viga, y parte de la naturaleza del Valle de México tomada desde el castillo de Chapultepec. Más íntimas y más cercanas son las que presentan algunos edificios o episodios de costumbres. Muestran la vida cotidiana donde predomina lo laboral, los usos y costumbres como diversiones, el relajamiento, los paseos o el simple deambular por la calle. Algunas son las cadenas en una noche de luna, la fuente de Tlaxpana, calzada de San Cosme, interior de la Alameda de México y la plazuela de Guardiola, esquina del convento de San Francisco, en México. Esta categoría de vista que presenta el paisaje no solo es el urbano, sino semirural. Se incluye el paisaje natural, que fue tópico común para registrar la riqueza de la vegetación, la hidrografía y la orografía, que constituía el Gran Valle de México. Aparecen en casi todas las vistas, imprescindible por su vastedad, láminas como el frontispicio, que exhiben plantas cactáceas y platanares. En otras se aprecian el trazo de los volcanes, del Popocatépetl e Iztaccíhuatl, así como los álamos florecientes que adornaban la Alameda y la presencia de arbustos y laderas que se encadenaban en los suelos de las villas y los pueblos. Por otro lado, montañas, colinas, riachuelos y lagos. De esta forma, el álbum de Decaen puntualiza en el paisaje natural mexicano. México y sus alrededores, álbum de paisajes, imágenes comunicéntricas. ¿Qué diferencia hay entre ver una ciudad y conocerla? Esta es la pregunta que Richard Kagan se hacía en uno de sus estudios. Su tesis identifica dos categorías para las imágenes de ciudades. El investigador otorgó el término de vista coreográfica al resultado de ver una ciudad y el de vista comunicéntrica al resultado de conocerla. Con relación a las vistas coreográficas, Kagan explicaba que son aquellas que enfatizan la descripción de las cosas en una representación realista. Estas son aquellas que privilegiaban como tema principal la representación de, cito, la ciudad como entidad arquitectónica o urbs, cierro cita. En ellas prevaleció un ejercicio de descripción sobre el espacio físico de la ciudad. Como contraposición están las vistas comunicéntricas. Su intención fue enfatizar en la civitas, los habitantes, y no en la urbs, entidad física. Su propósito fue darle carácter de particularidad e individualidad a la ciudad representada a partir de lugares comunes y significativos, y no solo del espacio, o sea, la entidad física. A partir de estos preceptos teóricos, la obra de Decaen puede ser entendida como una colección de vistas paisajes de la Ciudad de México y de sus alrededores de tipo comunicéntrica. Una forma de mostrar esto es contraponer ejemplos de tipo coreográfico realizados por artistas viajeros del siglo XIX, como el caso de Pedro Gualdi, con algunos del taller litográfico de Decaen, ante la idea del paisaje urbano a partir de conceptos que revelan la individualidad y la particularidad de la Ciudad de México. Casa Municipal es una lámina que forma parte del álbum de Monumentos de México, de 1841-1842. Fue realizada por el italiano Gualdi, quien vino a México. Es una vista paisaje con un ángulo cerrado donde quedaron representados 3 de los edificios civiles más importantes: Casa Municipal, el Parián, que era el mercado, y el Palacio Nacional. Gualdi se sitúa en el suroeste mirando en dirección hacia el este. La arquitectura apenas es evocada de perfil. Llama la atención el juego espacial subrayado por la línea de perspectiva que marca la profundidad de la calle. Apenas si se adivina el fin de la larga prolongación. La línea de perspectiva la utiliza el artista para recrear pequeñas figuritas humanas que solo sirven para dar escala y sugerir el tránsito humano en la rúa. No obstante, el énfasis está marcado en la entidad física a través de una de las calles y no en los habitantes. Se antoja pensar que Gualdi más bien demostró sus grandes capacidades en la perspectiva. Casa Municipal o Diputación fue dibujada por Castro y litografiada por Campillo del álbum de Decaen. Esta fue tomada desde otro ángulo más abierto, seguramente el dibujante casi de frente, de donde vemos la fachada del edificio de la Diputación. Esta vista paisaje ofrece otra perspectiva, un amplio espacio aledaño a la Plaza Mayor poblado de figuras humanas. A diferencia de Gualdi, esta deja ver la elegante fachada del edificio, así como sus elevados arcos sobre los que se postran sus balcones. La entidad física es importante, pero no lo que prevalece. Propongo la imagen del paisaje urbano como ejemplo de un lugar y no un espacio, de tal suerte que en el vínculo entre arquitectura y la parte humana, ninguna parece subordinada a la otra. Quedaba referido como un lugar, como un carácter propio, único, de individualidad, distinguible y reconocible. Es un punto de vista común que compartirían con los citadinos que la mirara. La Casa de Diputación de Decaen como un lugar que evocaba experiencia colectiva. Asimismo, México y sus alrededores es un álbum que construye a México a través de varias vistas paisajes de manera idealizada. Para ello hago referencia al constructo de policía, término entendido como gobierno de la ciudad, politeia, polis, pero que su significado ha variado, pues para el siglo XIX fue comprendido como la buena administración de gobierno para la ciudad y su aplicación siguió a partir de preceptos de reorganización de traza urbana, la delimitación de los espacios libres y el concepto de higiene pública o salubridad urbana. Un ejemplo de esto es Plaza de Armas por Casimiro Castro, también de Decaen, que muestra la Plaza Mayor. En esta vista paisaje se localizan 4 cosas de manera simultánea: religión, gobierno, policía y prosperidad de la ciudad. Tomada de suroeste a noroeste, en un primer plano se representan una fracción de azoteas y parte de una cúpula. En otro, azoteas que fungían de mirador, así como la catedral, el Palacio Nacional, una parte lateral de Casa Municipal, portales y edificios que cercan la plaza poblada de figuritas humanas. En esta vista, el espacio de la plaza surge como punto principal, de donde partían las calles principales y que señalaban el orden de traza, así como la importancia de los edificios. Las chivitas quedaba en la parte de las azoteas. Igualmente prevalece el deseo de una ciudad funcional, con calles rectas y anchas para mejorar la circulación de habitantes o mercancías con paseos y plazas para dar orden y sentido funcional a la ciudad. Por ello, aparece en sus vistas y paisajes la reorganización del trazado urbano. En este caso se trata de una mirada del noroeste al suroeste, la Ciudad de México tomada en globo. En esta, que podría pensarse que lo que más muestra es la extensión que ha ido alcanzando poco a poco la ciudad en el siglo XIX, más bien presenta por una parte la conservación de su traza urbana original, la retícula ortogonal, en la que advertimos el espacio cuadricular de la Plaza Mayor a localizar las torres del edificio más alto de la época. que es la catedral. La construcción de una imagen de la Ciudad de México de manera idealizada quedaría contrapuesta con la parte donde se señala el equipamiento urbano que recientemente ha sido fortalecido por injerencia del Estado. Quedaba aludida en un plano más cercano y de tono más oscuro esta ciudad moderna que recién se equipaba. Incluso en la lámina quedaba representada una garita, aunque no presenta habitante alguno. Quedaban implícitos en los solares urbanos que más bien se desalinean completamente de la traza original que se deseaba. Conclusiones. Por un lado, la imagen idealizada que se construyó a través del paisaje se debió a la concepción de que México era un lugar que refería a la asociación humana y no solo los edificios. Esta imagen ideal que se propició de ciudad moderna debía ser única, individual, pero también limpia, saludable, bien trazada, con espacios públicos para el descanso, procesiones, paseos, mercados, una ciudad bien equipada y propicia para satisfacer necesidades de sus habitantes. Estas imágenes se fueron impregnando en la memoria colectiva, fueron teniendo gran impacto, algo que se debió a la gran dirección de José de Caen, quien desde un principio mostró un gran compromiso en su labor. Para de Caen, la trascendencia y popularidad de su obra alcanzó tal magnitud que se hicieron reediciones en 1863, 64, 1863, 64, 1874 y 1878. Hoy en día, el álbum de México y sus alrededores es un lugar común para referir lo mexicano. El uso de sus vistas, paisajes se ha ocupado de manera indiscriminada. Pese a que no todos las ubiquen, ha aparecido en algún momento de su vida, en la vida de los mexicanos. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, María José. Thank you. Our next speaker is Juan Darío Restrepo. Juan Darío Restrepo coordina el área de gestión de museos del Instituto Carvalho y Cuervo, proyecto que lidera desde hace más de 7 años, formado como comunicador social, organizacional en la Universidad Autónoma de Bucaramanga y con estudios de maestría en Historia del Arte, la Arquitectura y la Ciudad en la Universidad Nacional de Colombia. Desde su pregrado orientó sus intereses académicos y ejercicio profesional al mundo de los museos y las colecciones de arte colombiano. Se desempeñó como asistente de curaduría de arte e historia entre 2004 y 2010. Fue asistente de dirección y realizó curadurías de exposiciones temporales en el Museo de Arte Moderno de Bucaramanga entre el 99 y el 2003. Sus temas de investigación se han centrado en las colecciones institucionales públicas de arte e historia del siglo XX. En el último quinquenio, los personajes y la cultura material del siglo XIX han centrado toda su atención. En su trayectoria profesional se suman más de 20 exposiciones de corta, mediana y larga duración de temas en su mayoría colombianos en calidad de curador o curador asociado, donde se destacan en el Instituto Carvalho y Cuervo, 2x1, Retratos Dobles de Colombia 2018, El Ángel de la Casa, Ángel Augusto Cuervo Urisarri 2016, País a la Medida, Colombia en Palabras, Imágenes y Objetos 2015, en asocio con el Museo de la Independencia Casa del Florero. Dentro de sus publicaciones se reseñan Curaduría en un museo, Nociones básicas, publicado por el Ministerio de Cultura a través del programa Red Nacional de Museos del Museo Nacional de Colombia. Juan Darío Restrepo nos va a presentar Como si nunca nos hubiéramos dicho adiós, pareja de retratos en colección de la familia Cuervo Urisarri. Gracias, Juan Darío. Sabes poder compartir tu pantalla.
Compartir pantalla. Hola, muchas gracias. ¿Se ve? Sí.
Sí, perfecto.
Hola, muchas gracias a todas por la invitación y por incluirme. Mi reflexión es larga, así que pues les agradezco y empiezo sin más preámbulo. 6 años atrás descubrí que esta inquietante pintura titulada en su cartela inferior como Descanso del Viajero, Vista del Cotopaxi, tenía un equivalente en su pareja en el lienzo retulado como El Consuelo En la ausencia, recuerdo de la infancia.
Juan Darío,
Las dos
no
obras,
estamos viendo tu pintura todavía.
¿no?
No, es que vemos, de pronto pon la presentación completa.
La tengo
O sea,
completa.
estoy viendo tu primera diapositiva, la del título.
Ok.
Tienes que pasar a la
Espérame,
siguiente.
voy a mostrar. Ah, la tecnología. Por eso amo el siglo XIX.
No, se veía bien, solo que
¿No
había que
pasaba?
pasar a la segunda diapositiva, porque estás hablando de la pintura ahí. Ahora sí. Here we go.
Ahora sí.
Ya, listo.
Listo. De nuevo, como si fuera en televisión.
Dale.
6 años atrás descubrí que esta inquietante pintura titulada en su cartela inferior como Descanso del viajero en mayúsculas sostenidas, Visita del Cotopaxi, tenía su equivalente o su pareja en un lienzo rotulado como El consuelo en la ausencia, también en mayúsculas sostenidas, Recuerdo de la infancia. Las dos obras representan al matrimonio Cuervo Urisarri. La reflexión que hoy presento en torno a estas dos pinturas es la materialización de una inquietud que me cuestiona: comprender estos retratos como ejemplos de paisajes interiores. Por lo general, una pregunta guía las reflexiones académicas. Les invito a formular preguntas rápidas para luego destinar los últimos minutos de nuestro encuentro a indagar ese paisaje interior de nuestra pareja, utilizando una selección de textos escritos por poetas colombianos a lo largo del movimiento romántico local, que inicia en 1834 y podemos decir que termina en 1934. Permítanme también el uso de la primera persona del singular, que es un registro constante, íntimo y casi biográfico de las exploraciones románticas de nuestro país, visible en autorretratos, diarios, epistolarios, poemas, crónicas y un símbolo unívoco, de mi tierra. Entonces, sin más preámbulos, ¿dónde encuentro estos cuadros? Nuestros objetos de estudios fueron mencionados por primera vez en las publicaciones internas del Instituto Caro y Cuervo, que narran la entrega de la casa Cuervo Urisarri al Instituto el 22 de julio de 1874. Allí se cita lo siguiente, y es que doña Emilia Cuervo de Bengoechea, bisnieta de los retratados, facilitó valiosos e interesantes cuadros de la familia Cuervo, el del doctor Cuervo Barreto al pie del volcán Cotopaxi durante su misión al Ecuador, y el de doña María Francisca Urisarri de Cuervo en la finca de Fusca. Pero los dos cuadros no se encuentran hoy en los inventarios del Caro y Cuervo. Salieron aproximadamente de su casa entre 1985 y 1992. El primero de ellos terminó en las colecciones del Museo del Siglo XIX y hoy hace parte de las colecciones del Ministerio de Cultura. Y el segundo ingresó a las colecciones de arte del Banco de la República el martes 21 de julio de 2015. Pero no vamos a tratar temas de autoría, datación. Vamos a concentrarnos lo más juicioso posible en las obras. ¿Quiénes son los retratados? A la izquierda aparece Rufino Cuervo Barreto, político, diplomático, estadista y periodista que nació en Tibirita, Cundinamarca, el 28 de julio de 1801 y murió en Bogotá el 21 de noviembre de 1853. Desde 1823 desempeñó cargos públicos, entre los que se encuentran el de ministro plenipotenciario de la Nueva Granada en el arreglo de la deuda externa. Fue diplomático en el Ecuador entre 1840 y 1842, momento de su vida profesional en el que se representa en el cuadro de estudio. Fue presidente encargado del 14 de agosto al 17 de diciembre de 1847, periodo en el que se hizo retratar por José María Espinosa Prieto en un óleo de gran formato, que ustedes ven a la derecha con la banda presidencial muy elegante. Queda el dibujo o boceto que está en las colecciones del Museo Nacional, el dibujo de gran formato está en una colección privada, y un grabado que podría ser a partir de la iconografía de Espinosa, pero pertenece a Silvano Cuellar, otro personaje pues de mis favoritos. Estas obras replican a su vez la fisonomía de Cuervo Barreto, presente en los retratos dobles firmados en 1841 por Eduardo Bienot. A la derecha, María Francisca Urisarri Tordesillas nació en Bogotá en 1805, contrajo matrimonio a los 21 años de edad en 1826 con Rufino Cuervo Barreto, un joven 4 años mayor que ella y quien dio a luz 7 hijos. Doña Pachita, nombre coloquial que recibía en la correspondencia de los amigos de su esposo, murió a los 64 años a la edad el 23 de marzo de 1864, en su casa de la Candelaria, la misma donde en 1974 volvieron esos cuadros. Sede del Instituto Caro y Cuervo, rodeado por los 4 hijos que la sobrevivieron. Luis María, que es a través de esa línea de Luis María que llegan los cuadros al instituto. Antonio Basilio, Ángel Augusto y Rufino José. Una investigación puntual y detallada sobre la señora Urisarri de Cuervo está pendiente, sobre todo después de que en el 2015 el Instituto Caro y Cuervo recibió una donación de cartas y documentos relacionados con ella. Pese a sus recurrentes errores ortográficos, esta documentación devela un rol mucho más activo que las estereotipadas frases del bello sexo, el ángel de la casa, la esclava del hogar o de la religión. De su iconografía les estamos mostrando la otra parte del retrato doble, que está firmado en 1841 por Vienot, y aquí solo quiero hacer un pequeño pie de página, y es que muchas veces Vienot no firma los 2 óleos, firma uno de las 2 parejas. Este es el caso de doña Pachita, que es la única que tiene la firma en esa pareja. Y el óleo de pequeño formato identificado como obra de Ramón Torres Méndez, que también se le denomina La ausencia. Junto a María Francisca está Ángel María Cuervo Urisarri, nacido en 1831 y pues murió en 1837. Fue el segundo hijo del matrimonio, pero por lo que se sabe, él murió mientras su papá estaba de viaje diplomático y de negocios en Europa, además de acompañar a su mamá en el paisaje sabanero de estudio. El símbolo del cuadro presenta el subtítulo del cuadro presente en la cartela le da más valía a su presencia en el paisaje, el consuelo en la ausencia, recuerdo de la infancia. En palabras del investigador Lawrence Stone, la muerte estaba en el centro de la vida, de la misma manera que el cementerio estaba en el centro de la aldea. Además, la muerte golpeaba a las personas de todas las edades, especialmente muy jóvenes. Recordemos que antes del siglo XIX la expectativa de vida iba de los 25 a los 35 años de edad. Ángel Cuervo Urisarri, Ángel María, había sido también el protagonista de otro retrato atribuido a José Miguel Figueroa. Acá vemos el infante que dialoga entre la tradición iconográfica religiosa y el interés por representar la naturaleza en un escenario destinado al disfrute infantil. Pero, ¿cuál es la obsesión de esa familia por su propia imagen? Además de los 2 retratos ya mencionados, encuentra una miniatura de autor anónimo de Cuervo Barreto, que pertenece a la colección del Museo Nacional. De igual forma, se conocen 5 retratos individuales de los niños Cuervo Urisarri en los que veo la presencia tímida del paisaje como elemento simbólico. El retrato con mayor presencia del paisaje es el de Ángel Augusto. Un elemento particular es el camino en medio del campo que se insinúa al fondo y bordea la escena por detrás del niño. Este detalle trae a la memoria las temporadas de vacaciones que pasaba la familia Cuervo Urisarri en la hacienda Boyero, cercana a la población de Cerrezuela, hoy Madrid, Cundinamarca. Desde la primera mitad del siglo XIX, la familia Cuervo Urisarri reunió una colección de 14 retratos civiles que exhibieron en la vivienda de la familia junto a poco más de una docena de imágenes religiosas. Dicho conjunto podría ir de la mano con el surgimiento de una conciencia familiar en el siglo XIX respecto a la fragilidad de la vida y al inevitable encuentro con la muerte. Las manifestaciones de sus rostros, siempre me trabo. Las manifestaciones de sus rostros como los símbolos emblemáticos de la perpetuidad de cada uno de los miembros de la familia. Son representaciones del yo psicológico, de la personalidad y de la banalidad. Tal vez el arquetipo de la familia republicana y neogranadina ilustrada podrían ser nuestros Cuervo Urisarri. ¿Qué tan especiales son estos dos paisajes retratos? Es importante señalar aquí que de manera deliberada les voy a llevar la contraria casi a todos y me alejo de la reverencia a Humboldt, espero que me perdonen los académicos, en la construcción del paisaje, y como ya lo expresó Alexandra Kennedy Troya, para el caso del Ecuador, nos alejamos de todos artistas, viajeros o científicos que cual aves de paso vinieron cumpliendo con su propia agenda, introdujeron nuevas formas de mirar y representar el paisaje, aunque sin duda fueron decisivas en la configuración de las representaciones. Deseamos dar un espacio a aquello que se ha silenciado consciente o inconscientemente. Del binomio artistas a escritores locales se crearon mis paisajes románticos de estudios, y sobre familias como las del matrimonio Cuervo Urisarri le recayó la tarea tanto de construir ese relato nacional como de articular los códigos del romanticismo en cuanto a la lectura del mundo interior de individuos y comunidades que se encuentran en formación y maduración republicana, donde el hacendado y el campesino tienen un escenario compartido. Ese escenario es el paisaje. Aquí retomo a Kennedy. Esta minoritaria población habría de jugar muchos roles a lo largo de sus vidas. Hacendados y terratenientes se convirtieron en políticos activos y se inmiscuyeron en la enseñanza y transformación de la agricultura en los grandes proyectos. Las narraciones, tanto textuales como visuales, fueron consideradas en su momento elementos claves, y en las mismas celebramos el territorio. Ese es el claro ejemplo de Cuervo Barreto, quien en 1834 dirigió El Cultivador Cundinamarqués, o periódico de la industria agrícola y de la economía doméstica, que tenía por objetivo popularizar los conocimientos agrícolas. La creación de símbolos de identidad en la pintura vincula el retrato como geografías precisas. Por ejemplo, María Francisca está en la hacienda de sus padres, es decir, en su terruño, mientras que Rufino es representado como un viajero de paso frente al icónico volcán del Cotopaxi en el Ecuador. En nuestros paisajes veo dos ciudadanos virtuosos y civilizados en oposición a esos indígenas que se presentan en un segundo plano, a menor escala. Así los Cuervo Urisarri pueden simbolizar las tierras cultivadas y los hombres ilustrados, y en contraposición los indígenas pueden ser leídos como el paisaje primigenio, no conquistado, si bien útiles para el desarrollo de cada país, incapaces de tomar decisiones propias y peor configurar los símbolos identitarios. Para esto retomo las palabras de Kennedy: la naturaleza exuberante parece jugar el papel descubridor de conflictos sociales al soslayar, empequeñecer o incluso eliminar al habitante común y corriente. Por otra parte, antes de sus condiciones reales, el indígena siguió siendo objeto de estudios etnográficos observado desde el laboratorio. Al leer estos paisajes retratos, no como un registro derivado de esa mirada científica heredada de Humboldt y de los viajeros, que es una mirada como de la topografía y de las variaciones climáticas y de las especies humanas, sino más bien como un escenario donde estos estados de alma se hacen visibles y presentes, puedo encontrar códigos de interpretación que, como se verá más adelante, dialogan de manera orgánica con la poesía, los diarios y la correspondencia entre sus protagonistas.
Juan, ¿te puedo ir pidiendo cerrar? Para ir concluyendo. Llevas como 16 minutos.
Yo lo hice para 20, no veo 10. Es por ello que quiero presentar la aproximación de estos retratos en la premisa, pues, de Amiel, que es muy conocida para los historiadores. Hay otro caso que me parece interesante señalar, y es como el término francés pendant, o del galicismo castellano pendant, hacer pendar, formar pareja, ser equiparable con, que ahí se relacionan los bienot con los nuestros. Y esta es una especie de tablas de relación entre un paisaje y otro desde lo que vemos, desde lo que podemos estudiar y desde los espacios. Y como tengo que brincar.
Sí, para ir cerrando, para pasar al otro.
Estos no son los paisajes pues románticos nocturnos con las sombras. Entonces aquí nos aproximábamos era a la presentación de esta pareja que es en una escena diurna con un sol canicular que detrás de los que más o menos nos ubica en el hemisferio sur a mediados de febrero. Y citamos a un poeta político que es Rafael Núñez, que nos habla de la importancia del cielo. Y aquí es donde nos aproximamos como al meollo del asunto, y es que la poesía colombiana ha brotado por la misma razón que brotan las flores, por fuerza de un principio interior oculto para que se crea por sí mismo su manifestación visible. Ella no ha crecido bajo los arquitabres rectilíneos del templo griego ni antes las alturas de Atenas o de Apolo. Creció como el campo abierto, nutrida por un suelo virgen, regada por las aguas que bajan de los montes nevados, alimentada por el aire limpio de los Andes, y se desplegó bajo el firmamento tropical infinito al rayo del sol, al clamor misterioso de las estrellas. Es un estudioso de la poesía romántica colombiana, pero este texto ya tiene casi más de 100 años. Y aquí estamos como tomando cosas de la poesía para hablar de la dualidad del amor romántico entre María Francisca y Rufino, citando a Pombo, que tenía una relación muy estrecha con la familia, del dolor de la partida, que es bien bonito ese texto, de la naturaleza, siempre la naturaleza, con la llamada de Julia Arboleda. Y ya solo les leo el final, que la poesía y el paisaje convergen en estos enigmáticos retratos de la familia Cuervo Urisarri. En estos he buscado un nuevo punto de encuentro y unas rutas nuevas de investigación, y pese a las vicisitudes que han llevado a que estas dos obras hayan tomado caminos diferentes, mi intención ha sido y seguirá siendo la de buscar circunstancias en las cuales puedan recobrar su propia voz como si nunca se hubieran dicho adiós.
Muchas gracias. Disculpa ahí el corte. Okay, so now we have Emily Engel. Emily Engel is an independent art historian based in Southern California, who earned her undergraduate degree from Tulane University and Boston College, and her graduate degrees from the University of California, Santa Barbara. She has published several articles on visual culture in early modern South America, and recently published Pictured Politics, Visualizing Colonial History in South America Portrait Collections. She co-edited with Thomas Cummins' manuscript Cultures in Colonial Mexico and Peru, New Questions and Approaches in 2015. She is the founding associate editor of Latin America and Latin's Visual Culture, a scholarly academic journal published quarterly by the University of California Press. Engel often teaches undergraduate courses for the Latin American and Iberian Studies program at the University of California at Santa Barbara. Engel is also an activist and philanthropist in the Santa Barbara community, focused on advocating on behalf of organizations supporting women and the environment. And her paper is titled Representing Independence on the Battlefields of South America. Thank you, Emily.
Thanks, Veronica. Thank you to you and Kathy for inviting me, and for Lucia for facilitating on the administrative side. I'm disappointed that we weren't able to gather together in Bogotá, but I'm pleased to be here today. So thanks for having me. I will start in the interest of time. And I'm going to go back in time a little bit from our previous speakers, who, is everyone seeing that properly?
Yes, perfect.
Very good. Okay. Who were focused a little bit more in the independent national period. I'm going to go to that transitional moment and really talk about how migration and the circulation of human bodies intersects with the representation of landscape in this transitional moment between colony and nation. So,
Emily, sorry, we're seeing your preview version.
Yes, let's try
presentation.
Okay, sorry. Let's fix this here. How do I get out of this view?
Swap this place. Swap this place. You think? Swap this place. The next. Yeah. Okay. That looks good.
Let me just turn off this notification. Excellent. Better, yes? Is this better for everyone?
Yes.
Excellent. Good. Okay, very good. All right, so in his landmark study from 1998, Pathways of Memory and Power, the anthropologist Thomas Abercrombie traced how historical and contemporary Bolivians build shared cultural narratives through their collective experiences in local landscapes. His archival and ethnographic research documented how individuals recall and invoke, quote, a litany of ever more distant mountains, plains, and other sacred places, mapping out in their minds a centripetal journey across the living landscape that embodies their past. This cultivation of collective memory through the performative act of territorial circumambulation originated in ancient highland Andean practices and evolved into the modern period. Many practices that continue in the Bolivian highlands today trace their roots to the intertwining movement of ritual and landscape as they have for thousands of years. And I had a whole bunch of new material that I wanted to incorporate on pre-conquest era practices, such as the mita and other migration and forced migration and the relationship between those two and labor, but I am not able to in the interest of time. As Professor Wallach said today, I have to limit myself to just one example. Okay, so the interconnected relationship between territory, human movement, and shared cultural memory observed by Abercrombie in rural Bolivia is the transcultural expression of ancient practices that were transformed in the colonial period and then shaped the development of national landscapes across early 19th century South America. The legacy of intercontinental migration as a result of increased political conflict and transformation shaped the possibilities offered by military movements through territories to facilitate new relationships with local landscapes. New modes of visual representation were derived from military migrations. The traversing of contested territories between 1780 and 1830 contributed to the development of landscape painting as an artistic genre grounded in the local territory, collective movement, the passage of time, territorial possession, and the violence of war. Artists, government officials, and artworks traveled across an intersecting network of battlefields, civil outposts, and open territories that became the setting for emerging historical narratives, which later served as the basis for collective national identities. The migrant artist as a galvanizing trope can be traced to the early colonial period. Itinerant artists congregated in South American cities during the initial decades of the Spanish conquest. For example, the Italian Bernardo Betti and the Andean Inca descendant Felipe Huamán Poma de Ayala worked in Lima, the capital of the Viceroyalty of Peru, at the turn of the 17th century. Artists congregated in the Peruvian viceregal capital from the initial decades of Lima's founding. The city became home to a migrant artist community that supported a burgeoning art market fueled by elites, religious institutions, and civic groups hungry for contemporary art. Individuals and institutions commissioned artworks from artists living in Lima and imported objects from throughout the Ibero-American world. Migrant artists soon established reputable workshops that expanded as demand for their output increased. Many migrant artists set out across the Viceroyalty of Peru in search of work, political influence, and social prestige. The official portraits painted and drawn by these migrant artists in particular visualized the earliest episodes in the violent colonial history of the region. And this speaks to the social, the role of social landscape in forming this, this important relationship between the artist and the genre of landscape painting. For example, here you can see two portraits created by these particular itinerant artists. Betti's portrait of Jeronimo Lopez records more than the sitter's likeness. The portrait is the culmination of a series of events that collectively comprise an episode in the colonial history of the region. Lopez began as a civic advisor. However, his loyalties shifted when he assumed a leadership position at the Universidad de San Marcos and began to advocate for the needs of the university. Overall, his goal of bringing more students into the university further established Spanish political supremacy by educating more young people in the normative social institution. As a visual artifact, the portrait was bound up in the processes of institutional governance as they were experienced through the life of the depicted sitter. The portrait then is a visual commemoration of the negotiation of relationships across the urban institutional landscape, a practice which stood at the center of the Spanish colonial enterprise in the Viceroyalty of Peru. Beatty's picture of Lopez is exemplary of 16th century portrait commissions that established a role for official portrait paintings in institutional power struggles, a practice that continued throughout the viceregal period. Beatty was not the only portraitist working in the 16th century Viceroyalty of Peru, nor was he alone in observing the politics of personal representation during this highly volatile period. Another artist, Felipe Guamán Poma de Ayala, represented on the left, actively incorporated official portraits into his illustrated text, El Primer Nueva Crónica y Buen Gobierno, from 1615. That is perhaps better known for its pen and ink portrayals of indigenous life in Peru before, during, and after the Spanish conquest. The Andean author-artist has received unmatched attention from modern and contemporary historians who emphasize his unique position in Peruvian historical discourse as an indigenous voice focused on representing an indigenous Andean perspective of life during the conquest period. And rightfully so, since Guamán Poma conceived of his manuscript project as an authoritative response to the injustices of Spanish viceregal rule in territories formerly ruled by the Incas, the powerful indigenous group that controlled most of South America prior to the arrival of the Europeans. Let's see here. Great, okay, where are we? So Guamán Poma's ambitious project is a significant early attempt at creating an illustrated history of the Viceroyalty of Peru during the colonial period. He frames his project in universalist terms aimed at destabilizing the dominant Spanish imperial apparatus, while reflectively interweaving a diversity of Andean traditions, Catholic Christian ideology, and European historical and literary precedents. Guamán Poma addresses his critical history directly to the Spanish king, Philip III. Throughout his text, Guamán Poma goes to great lengths to demonstrate the extent of his commitment to his project, including traveling extensively throughout the Peruvian Viceroyalty to gather the information presented in his pictorial history and to deliver the final manuscript into safe passage to Spain from Lima. And you guys all recall the frontispiece, of course, demonstrates Guamán Poma on horseback traveling with his son and his little dog in the Andean landscape, bringing his manuscript into Lima. So this idea of the movement through the landscape is essential in beginning to understand the relationship between the artist, the building of collective history, and social landscape. Official portraits created by these and other migrant artists visualize the colonial history of the region and transform the human body into a form upon which the construction of collective identities and histories could be visualized. As I've argued in my earlier work on sacred imagery from the end of the colonial period, Our Lady of Cocharcas served as a potent spiritual locus in the highland Andes. This advocation of the Virgin Mary became a transcultural icon that drew a diverse audience of devotees. Pilgrims throughout the Peruvian highlands have traveled for centuries and continue to travel today, like those observed in Oruro by Abercrombie, in order to pay homage to Our Lady of Cocharcas. Pilgrimage provided Andeans with the ongoing opportunity to construct a social body which was clearly not an imposed colonial bureaucratic construct, thus developing the relations of colonial society on their own terms. The yearly ritual observance at Cocharcas resulted in a transculturative eruption that opened a physical space for reflection upon one's individual self and collective history. At the same time, the pilgrimage, a migratory journal of sorts that places the human body in dialogue with the natural world by way of a physical journey, contributed to a broader development of a more clearly defined colonial Andean identity, facets of which were shared by indigenous Andeans, mestizos, criollos, Africans, and peninsular Spaniards. According to Michel Foucault, power emanating from ambiguous ritual environments like that in late colonial highland Peru is harnessed and utilized by all constituencies to achieve certain objectives. The diversity of the population devoted to Our Lady of Cocharcas, as illustrated by the individuals, clergy, and officials in the foreground of this painting from the Brooklyn Museum, was marked by a class and ethnic diversity, which consequently provided the basis for individual identities. Coexistence of the indigenous, mestizo, Black, Criollo, Spanish, and ecclesiastic personages throughout the paintings reflects the diversity of perceptions and meanings brought to the worship of Our Lady of Cocharcas. Ritual devotion to Our Lady of Cocharcas was a forum for the creation of identities among a variety of social groups, in the process producing a shared group identity based on the experience of movement across space and time in response to the circumstances of colonialism. The ability of ritual to change was crucial in the colonial period, a phase during which the collision of ideologies required participants to actively assemble a sense of self. Pilgrims' bodies became sites where local practice was linked with imperial power through the denotation of geographical boundaries, the contestation of leadership, and the expression of economic independence. The physical action of pilgrimage established a new colonial deity and a geographical center with political and economic ramifications. During his ethnographic fieldwork in highland Bolivia, Abercrombie observed that colonial subjects connected significant topographic points, recalling ritual movements that helped to shape the boundaries of the social by linking social groups to narratively coded pasts associated with the landscape. This is a really crucial point in my thinking about the development of landscape painting during the late 18th century in South America. The paintings of Our Lady of Coatzacoalcos were not alone in illustrating internal migration movements caused by political change and conflict. Around the same time, Tomás Cabrera created a unique painting illustrating political negotiations and military movements in an Andean landscape. The narrative painting depicts a clear episode in the recolonization efforts that characterized late colonial Bourbon governance of South America. In 1775, the Spanish crown appointed and outfitted Jerónimo Matoros to attempt this resubjugation of the particularly unruly province in Tucumán, known as Gran Chaco. This complex painting, as has been analyzed in depth by Marta Penos, who's going to be one of the keynote speakers at the next meeting, next Wednesday, on the 26th. She has explored in her book, Ver, Conocer, Dominar, is composed of 3 registers. At the top of the painting, the Virgin de la Merced presides over the earthly landscape with San Francisco de Paula on her right and San Bernardo to her left. And the reason we see San Bernardo depicted here is because the peace accord meeting took place on the feast day of St. Bernard. The center register of the painting depicts the rough landscape of the Chaco region, a military encampment, and the official meeting of Matoras and the indigenous cacique governing the region at the time, known as Paikin. Descriptive legends and coats of arms frame the scene and its landscape setting. Here, Cabrera, who referenced maps and drawings associated with the Matoras expedition when creating the painting, creates the earliest representation of a secular narrative landscape painted by an American artist in South America. That's really important, I think. Colonial power relations are hierarchically mapped on the landscape in this painting. Military migration played a foundational role in the transformation of pictorial representation of landscape from sacred into secular contexts. Military officials like Matoras in this case and his artworks portraying narrative histories grounded in local environments circulated across South America in the service of military operations and in response to the demands of local and imperial governance. Just check my time here. Okay. During the battles for independence at the end of the 18th century, official portraits and landscape scenes created by migrant artists working and traveling across the continent burgeoned. The creation, migration, and display of official portraits during this tumultuous historical moment built on colonial traditions and responded to the unique socio-political circumstances of the revolutionary period. Both Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín commissioned portraits of themselves while they were on the battlefields of South America. Traveling with Bolívar and San Martín, José de Gil de Castro became the preeminent portraitist of the revolutionary period. Bolívar and his supporters prioritized and utilized portrait imagery to highlight their creative roles in the independence movement, as well as to shape public opinion on unsettling contemporary shifts in political authority. Traversing vast territories was a requirement of the art of war in 19th century South America. Bolívar, his generals, and soldiers of all ranks tracked through jungles, swamps, and mountainous regions, often breaching political boundaries and shuffling geographic divisions. When later describing Bolívar's move south into Ecuador and Peru, Daniel O'Leary observed, quote, "There is a reason to believe that the liberator's reputation greatly influenced the deliberations of the people of Quito, and it is certain that only loyalty to his person could induce them to maintain the union with Colombia once they became fully aware of the incompatibility of interests. In addition to this notable proof of regard for the founder of the Republic, the Popular Assembly accorded honors to him and his comrades in arms," end quote. As Simón Bolívar traveled through Andean landscape, the physical presence of the liberator conceptually embodied political change. Bolívar became a liberating hero by arriving to a place. From Venezuela to Bolivia, young women showered him with laurels. Elites feted him nightly, and enemies posed constant threat to his physical being. In travel, Bolivar himself became a portrait, a representative image, recording the likeness of an idea, namely the complexity of political transformation, embodying the process of transculturation that undergirded the independence period. Bolivar prioritized and utilized portrait imagery to highlight his creative role in the independence movement, as well as to reconfigure the nature of the process of making history to shape public opinion on contemporary shifts in political authority. He traveled extensively in his quest and duty to liberate the entirety of South America. On campaign, Bolivar paused before portraitists in informal settings, as in Haiti, for example, for his own commissions of portraits and for local commissions in Quito and Lima. Campaign portraits were based on visual traditions present in official, military, and elite portraits from the viceregal period. And they also stem from those early representations like Cocharcas and the Tucumán peace negotiation. When Bolivar and his forces were traveling, and I'll just give this one example and then I'll close. When Bolivar and his forces were traveling through Alto Peru in September of 1825, the City Council of Lima sent him a gold sword and a richly embroidered military uniform as a token of its appreciation of the relationship shared between the new political power brokers and the established civic institution. The council contributes to the visualizing of the history of political authority through the exchange of elaborately ornamented textile and metal objects. Jose Gil de Castro further visualized the transformative relationship between Bolivar, the Lima City Council, and the former Viceroyalty of Peru in at least 3 formal Bolivarian portraits painted in 1825. The so-called Chuquisaca portrait in Sucre, which is shown here, the portrait today displayed in the Venezuelan Congress, and the heraldic portrait in the Museo Nacional in Lima. All 3 paintings exhibit Gil de Castro's judicious attention to precise detail in his rendering of the uniform gifted to the liberator, individually capturing the glistening surfaces of the metallic embroidery, in contrast to the rich black foundation of his jacket. The artist also renders the piercingly steady gaze of the liberator to intersect with that of the viewer, as he had in previous elite and official portrait commissions. Peruvian art historian Luis Eduardo Bufardin observes an ambivalence that oscillates between continuity and rupture in Gil de Castro's oeuvre, when he draws parallels between the artist's aesthetic, which continued to employ pictorial techniques from the viceregal period, and neoclassical elements of style, and his personal role in the South American independence process as a military officer. Gil de Castro himself was a lieutenant in the Corps of Engineers of the Chilean Army, where there were many artists present. Not only does the artist, who was likely trained in portrait techniques in Lima, perpetuate the visual formula that characterized official viceregal portraiture, he also preserves the traditional political relationship between a singular governor and the semi-autonomous city council. And this is something I talk about more in my book, Pictured Politics, that came out last summer. Jose Gil de Castro also painted a portrait of Bernardo O'Higgins for the Lima City Council, and you see this example here from the Museo Histórico Nacional in Santiago. And I want you to take particular note of the battle scene in the background. Let's see here. Several decades after the Cabildo installed the portrait of Viceroy O'Higgins in its meeting chambers, it commissioned another official portrait featuring his son, Bernardo O'Higgins. And that portrait has been lost, but this example that you see here also demonstrates the role of the artist Gil de Castro on the battlefield with generals, recording not just the portrait of an individual, but the landscape itself. O'Higgins himself participated in the representation of pictorial landscape. And you can see here, this is a small watercolor painting that is attributed to O'Higgins. Around 1820, when Bolivar and San Martin honored the Chilean Numancia battalion at Huara, O'Higgins represented the encounter in a narrative landscape painting depicting the military forces in a wide-angle view that shows a recognizable local terrain. This local landscape becomes the setting for the story of military migration that shaped the political reality of early 19th century South America. Furthermore, O'Higgins depicts the Chilean flag as the focal point of the pictorial composition, which you guys can see right here. As Peruvian art historian Natalia Maflouf has argued, the flag is a type of provisional emblem that helped facilitate the radical transformations central to the creation of patriotic political identities during the move toward independence. Here I suggest the landscape itself becomes a rhetorical representation of political conflict and transformation shaped by military movements across geographical spaces over time that forge new relationships with local landscapes. And I'll just end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. So I don't have any questions right now in the Q&A. If anybody has any questions, if not, I can ask. Oh, Catherine, go ahead. Sure.
Well, since Emily's here, first I might as well ask her. I wondered if you could talk a little bit more about the O'Higgins portrait. You said to notice the battlefield, but also I was thinking about the text below, just to expand a little bit more on it.
Absolutely, that's a great question. So the O'Higgins portrait, I think, is really interesting because it really follows that standard form that we see in the Viceroy portraits more exactly even than the Bolivarian portraits. So it was very typical for official portraits to have an inscription at the base of the painting, and that was something that was really critical for demonstrating the historical narrative. So all of the Viceroy portraits, for example, in Lima, have some kind of descriptive text accompanying the image. And the Habsburg portraits have that text represented in rounded cartouches usually. And it customarily has the life dates and name of the individual. Sometimes it will have honorific titles, and rarely, unfortunately rarely, but rarely information about things that person may have done that were instrumental in the life of the city. And so with O'Higgins, that's exactly what we see in his portrait. So we have kind of his honorific titles, dates, his life dates, and then in this case, we actually have reference to the battle that is represented. So I think it's a great visual parallel in really trying to make a bridge between political leadership in the colonial period and in the independence period. And the inscription is a critical piece of that.
And wasn't it true that Gil de Castro actually designed some of the uniforms? And then if I'm remembering that correctly, then how does that impact these images?
Yes, absolutely. So I mean, Gil de Castro has a very realistic style, right? I mean, he's one of these artists that is highly focused on the surface and the materiality of the objects. And I think that really stems from his training as an engineer, someone who, he was working as part of a cohort of individuals who were not just painters. They were building fortresses, they were architects, and then there was a whole other contingent, of course, that was doing the technology, right? The scientific development of structures, that structural engineering piece. And so I think his precision in representing material and surface really stems from that really critical eye. And then also, as Natalia Maflouf shows in all of her fantastic work, especially her more recent work on the materiality of the images themselves, we see Gil de Castro as someone who is deeply invested in the role of the material object in creating a sense of unification, something that a group can rally around. And I think that was part of what he was doing as well. I hope that answers your question.
Emily, we have one question in the Q&A, and then we have one on the chat. I'll read them both, and maybe you can see how do you want to answer them. Caroline Olivia Wolf says, thanks so much for all the panelists for sharing their papers today. Emily, I would love to hear a little bit more about the representation of the cacique or indigenous peoples in the Tomás Cabrera piece, if possible. Such a fascinating painting. And then in the chat, Alexander Herrera asks, I may be wrong, but there seems to be a portrait of maybe of the Virgin Mary in the water under the bridge at Huaura. If so, is representation of sacredness in water a common feature?
To answer the second question very quickly, yes, absolutely. There's a deep connection between the sacred and water, and I actually, in the article on Kocharkis, I build on the work of Carolyn Dean, the art historian Carolyn Dean, who has, I think, done really fantastic work on understanding the concept of tinkui in the colonial period and the confluence of rivers and the sacred and other types of flowing bodies of water and the sacred as it developed and changed during the colonial period around syncretic devotion practices, right? I mean, I wanted to say Catholic, but you can't even say Catholic. This is a type of syncretic devotion. So I think that answers that question. Hi, Olivia. And thanks for your question about the cacique. I think, you know, obviously Marta Penos is the expert in this painting, but I think there is a lot more that can be said about this stereotypical representation of the individual, right? So the indigenous cacique represented, Paikin, is shown in that very stereotypical costume that was not typical of the region. Instead, he's being represented here as an emblematic figure, and I think the artist is using the feathered headdress and feathered loincloth in order to emphasize his indigeneity and also to really contribute to that narrative of subordination, right? This whole episode that's being recorded is one of subordination. And so I think it serves that purpose.
Thank you, Emily. I wrote something in the chat. Maybe have you seen the Jose Maria Espinosa series of the 7 paintings of the battles of the South? They relate in a kind of different way because the proportion between humans and the battle and the landscape are completely different, and they're also very much based on memory. They're painted like 30, 40 years later. I don't know if you know them. Okay, I'll send you some photos by email.
Oh, I would love that. Thanks. I'll copy this. Yeah, that's great. I don't know them.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for all the questions.
Remi Poindexter was saying in the chat, Virgin in the Water makes me think of Yemaya, but I'm not sure if that's applicable here. Oh, okay. More of a thought than a question. Okay. Super. So Catherine, did you want to say anything else?
Oh, I was just asking a question of Maria. I don't know if do we still have time for that?
I think we can do, yeah.
I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit more about the lithographer Castro, because he seems to be pretty amazing.
I don't listen very good. Talk about
the lithographer Castro, el litógrafo.
Un poco hablar más de él.
Sí.
¿Puede ser en español?
Yeah, sure.
Ok. En realidad, aquí en México se ha estudiado mucho más la figura de Casimiro Castro como el gran litógrafo. En una tesis de licenciatura que yo hice, lo que yo traté de trabajar fue como el trabajo que hizo en equipo de Cain con los litógrafos y con los escritores, porque es todo un trabajo de literatura y de hacer la litografía, ¿no? De Castro, lo que sabemos hoy en día es que pues fue un prolífico litógrafo, pero, o sea, como biográficamente no sabemos más. Fue muy longevo, eso sí, ¿no? Y fue como, o sea, él formó parte de varios proyectos con Ignacio Cumplido, que es uno de los editores más importantes, con Decain, porque justamente en México empieza la oleada de los franceses a llegar aquí a poner sus talleres. Entonces, él es uno como de los que más destaca y lo empiezan a contratar. Biográficamente no sabemos mucho, pero sí lo que se sabe es que fue uno de los más exitosos. Muere creo que en los 80, Castro, y como les digo, en realidad lo que yo traté de hacer fue destacar más el trabajo de Decain desde la tesis de licenciatura, porque siempre se habla de él como un gran litógrafo, ¿no? Porque realmente es dibujante y litógrafo, pero como que nunca se ha rescatado el trabajo editorial.
Gracias.
Okay, so thank you everyone in this panel and for today. I think it was a really very rich and dynamic day. We had about 13 papers and they were all interesting and fit very well together. I want to invite you next Wednesday for our closing day at 3 p.m. EST time, 2 p.m. GMT -5 in Bogotá. We'll have our 7th panel, our 8th panel, our closing statement, and our closing lecture. We should have our recordings next week also. We'll be uploading them onto the symposium website, and it's been very productive, and thank you. Fantastic. Sure, Catherine.
I just want to agree with everything Veronica said. I think it's very exciting to see so many different approaches and, material that some of us have never really been familiar with, even though we study this field a lot. So it's been wonderful to have you share all your material, and we really appreciate it. And have a good weekend.
Thank you. Gracias a todos.
Thank you.